Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, hang on, friends. Good morning. Oh my goodness, good morning. All righty. Here we go. Almost. Almost. Hang tight. Oh, come on. Where is that? We're almost there. Almost there. Hello. Hello. No, not that one. Oh my goodness. Come on. I found us. Hi, friends. Hello. Oh my goodness. We're back. Do you believe it? We're back after, oh Lordy, a really long 3 months. Now I know we've been together on and off over the last 3 months, but really long on and off 3 months. I've been traveling and teaching so much this time of year. Well, not this time of year. It's now the end of all of that, but really September, October, November are crazy. I think I was traveling and teaching 6 out of 9 weekends. And then on another one, a 7th weekend, I was in traveling, but for personal. And then on another weekend, I was home, but doing a virtual retreat. So it's been crazy. But last weekend was the 11th, right? 11th of November, 2023. That was my last in-person travel teaching until April, which I love this time of year. It is always so much fun. Don't get me wrong, but I tell you what, once I'm done with that whirlwind, like 9 weeks, it's a lot. It is a lot. So I'm very feel rejuvenated and rested and ready to hit the ground running. We have Black Friday coming up this coming week, which is a huge thing to get ready for on my end for my business. I just launched last night all my new stamps, my November release of new stamps. And the thing I'm most excited about though is that we get to list. We get to list now for lots of weekends in a row. So very excited about that. Welcome. I'll check the chat in a sec, but if you're new, whether you're new or not, welcome to you. If you are new, my name is Layle, and on Saturdays when I'm not traveling, we are here on my YouTube channel at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So usually the Thursday before, so 2 days ago in this case, I publish a list of normally 3 topics that we are going to work on when we are together here on Saturday. So I take those listing topics and I take lots of product and I have fun and play and experiment and we laugh and sometimes we cry. Sometimes we cry laughing, but sometimes we cry because it's a little bit, or sometimes I get a little emotional. Not often though, that's really not me. So when it happens, it's very unusual. But we make mistakes too. A lot of times we make mistakes. I make mistakes. We talk about, ooh, what happened and why and how could I have done that differently? Or, ooh, I don't like the way this looks. How can I change it? Why don't I like the way it looks? We just have a lot of fun. So many of the products, in fact, majority of the products that you'll see me use here on a Saturday, you'll find on my website at laylebymail.com. There is a link to the website in the description box of the video. There's also a link to some of the products that I'm using specifically if I don't carry them, like my favorite printer that I use today. Anyhow, so welcome. We'll get started in a minute, but I got to look at the chat to see who's here. Okay, let me just check the chat. Hi, Deborah. Nice to see you. And Tracy. Hi, Marilee. All of her conferences are done. She's on vacation. So Marilee's a teacher. So I assume your parent-teacher conferences, and then you're ready for Thanksgiving. And I bet for your girls to come home, right? Well, they're at school in California, right? So a little bit easier for them to come home than out of state, I think, when it comes to Thanksgiving. But I hope you enjoy that. Let's see. Hi, Roberta. Nice to see you. Yes, yay for vacations, right? Wanda. Hello, Wanda from Tennessee. Oh, Deborah went on a cruise to France. How was that, Deborah? How was it? I'm just curious. Well, you don't have to answer because hopefully the answer is it was good, but if not, then I don't want you to answer. No, you can because we're transparent here. I know you had purchased the Document Your Travels e-course, so I am curious if that was helpful at all to you as you were preparing for your cruise or some of the things that you did to document your cruise while you were, well, I was going to say while you're on the road, while you were on the water. But I hope that was an awesome time. Let's see. Hi, Rosie from Colorado. Carmen, it's very overcast, rainy here today. If it had been snowing instead of raining earlier this week, we probably would have had 3 feet of snow. It rained so much. We're just not quite cold enough for snow yet, but it'll come. Hi, Patricia from Maine and Sarah from a chilly West LA. Nice and clear after a little rain. You guys always need the rain. Always, 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 right? Hi, Ann from Michigan. Kelly, Minnesota. Hi, Judith K. Yay! I am so glad to see you. So glad to see you. Judith and I have been chatting over email the last couple of days. So, Judith K., I'm so glad to have you here. And I know everyone is glad to see you. Yes. Hi, Sherry. Cindy from Finger, Tennessee. Rosie. Let's see. Alexis made it to her first live. Welcome, Alexis. So fun to have you. Our Saps from Okotoks, Alberta, Canada. Yes. Martine is here from the Netherlands, the rainy Netherlands. Nice to have you. Hi, Pamela. Tabitha. Hi, Tabitha. Warm in sunny South Carolina. Adeline with you. If she is, tell her I said hello. Pamela, Scrapped NH. Gabby. Hi, Gabby and Pam. Carla. Susan. Hi, Susan. Oh my goodness, all over the U.S. Love it. Scrapbooks and stuff from Philly, Virginia Greco Scrapbooking. Guess what, my dear Virginia Greco Scrapbooking? Check your email, because I just draw you as a winner from last time we were together. We'll talk about prizes in a minute, but Virginia, check your email. Hi, Kimberly. Kimberly says, hi, Layle, first time watching. Hello, Kimberly, welcome. Whether you guys are new or whether you've been around a long time, you know I'm so happy to see you. So happy to have you here, but especially happy to have first timers here because I get so excited and jazzed by what we do here on our Saturdays. So I always love it when we have new people. I'm like, yay, so excited for you. Let's see. Iced Tea one, happy to be here. I'm happy to have you here, Wanda. Let's see. Pamela. Okay. Pamela went to the doctor yesterday. Pamela shared with us over the last couple of months, she's gone through some pretty intense multiple surgeries. And it's been a very trying time for Pamela, both physically and I'm sure mentally too, right? Pamela said she went to the doctor yesterday. She's now full weight bearing on her right leg, but still no driving yet. Outpatient PT starts on November 28th. Congratulations, Pamela. I mean, to have full weight bearing on your right leg. That is amazing. That is amazing. I'm sure that feels so good. Just keep on working, right? Keep on working. Rosie got the travel class the night she left. It was perfect. Would have been sad to not have had to set it up in time for those weeks. Oh, I'm so glad, Rosie. I'm so glad timing on that worked for you. Sarah said, welcome all first timers. Yes, yes, yes. Deborah had a great cruise. No rain or bed bugs despite the news reports. Oh goodness, right? That's always scary when you hear that right before you go on a trip. Hi, Susan from sunny California. Okay, friends. Oh, right. Deborah said the travel e-course was very helpful, but she's anxiously awaiting the final video. So I have one parts of the final video done. So just a couple more parts to do on that. Document your travel. So I'm glad that it was helpful. Okay, friends, so let's talk about giveaways, because last time we were together, which was on the 28th of October, seems like forever, right? Let's see, how many different states did I go to during that time? A lot. 3, I think. 3. Anyhow, giveaways from last time. So I always do giveaways when we're together. Sorry, lighting is a little odd. Always. I think the lighting has always been the same, but what's different is the backdrop, because, you know, my craft room now, it used to be dark and now it's white. So I think the lighting always looks weird to me, just things that are running through my head while I'm trying to talk to you. Anyhow, winners. So always do giveaways when we are together. I love to share. And so the way that the giveaways work is I ask you to leave a comment on the video after it's over. So it's kind of an after party, right? I ask you to leave a comment on the video after it's over, not in the chat, but after the video is over. That way, anyone that's watching, no matter when they watch, in between when the video ends and when we do our next one, ask you to leave a comment on the video, and then I do random winners. I just scroll, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins, and I do it again and again, depending on how many winners there are, how many giveaways. So we did 4 last time, because I was making up for lost time, because we, again, hadn't been together in a while. So 4 winners I drew this morning, and I replied to your comments, so you should have an email letting you know that you won. So 2 winners won their choice of one of my, things are still a little bit in shambles here, just so you know, from all of my traveling and taking product and samples with me. So these 2 winners each one their choice of one of my 3 brand new Layle by Mail Traveler's Notebooks, okay? So those 2 winners are Blushing Angel 2 and Darlie's 1962. So ladies, your little reply to my reply to your comment tells you what you need to do to reach out to make sure that you get those prizes, okay? The next one is the About Last Month kit. So, or the 2023 year in review. All right, we're winding down, you guys. We have 2 more months. We'll do November, the first week in December, and then we'll do December, first week of January. Because we're winding down the year, that means another one is coming. One is coming for 2024. Doing the final sourcing of products right now. The stamp design also right now. So that kit, the 2024 year in review, will go live like end of December, early January. We'll just have to see. It should be able to be end of December. And then it will ship in mid to late January. And then we'll do our class in early February so we can start with January, if all of that makes sense. If you don't know what I'm talking about, this particular project kit, that this will be, I think, the fifth year or 4th year I've done it. It's all based around my About Last Month style of documenting or listing. So one of the prizes that I did a couple weeks ago when we were together was that kit again for 2023. And the winner of that was Jeanette Ford 9928. And the very last prize, and it sounds like she is here. Well, it doesn't sound like, I know she's here because I saw her. Virginia Greco's scrapbooking. Now, Virginia, I think that you are international, right? Didn't I see in your comment that you're international? The only reason I say that is because the prize that you won was all the rest of my goodies from Happy Halloween, the Happy Halloween collection. Now, I think I saw Spain maybe. The US definitely celebrates Halloween. There are other countries that really don't. So reach out to me, we'll go from there. If Halloween isn't something that ever really hits any of your things that you document because you are international, shoot me an email. Either way, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out something for you. Okay, friends, so we have some fun new things to talk about the very beginning as soon as I flip the camera. And I bring those up now because we're going to do 3 giveaways for today's video. Again, you'll leave a comment on the video when it's over, and that's how you participate in the giveaways. Well, I mentioned at the beginning that last night, my gosh, seven new stamp sets went live. Okay, 7. One of them isn't really new because it's been part of my 2023 December documented mini book project kit, but it was only available with that kit until now. So 7 went live last night. So we're gonna flip the camera, take a look at those really quick before we get going, because one of them I will be using today in one of my lists. But 1, 2, 3 winners, since we haven't been together in 1, 2, 3 weeks. And random lucky winners will win their choice of one of my brand new stamp sets, okay? So brand new stamps are live on the website today. If you click on the little, what I'm using today, don't do that. Click on, go to website, go to laylebymail.com, click the blue bar at the top. It says what's new, then you'll see the new stamps. So those will be our 3 giveaways. I'm going to rotate the camera. I'm going to turn off the overhead lights, turn on the studio lights, and then we'll take a look at the new stamps and then we'll get rolling. If you were with me on Wednesday, we were together this past Wednesday doing a What's New Wednesday. I don't know what kind of technical difficulties we were having, but there was, apparently I couldn't hear it obviously, but some static. And Nick and I did lots of testing last night after we got back from our fun little date night, and we couldn't hear any. We did a live and kind of checked to see. We left it on for like 15 minutes, couldn't hear anything. So hopefully we're not having any of that static right now. I also have a new camera stand because in all the craziness that was happening on Wednesday, I broke one of the little attachments, a really important one because it's the one that holds the phone in place. So kind of have some new things going here. All right, I'm going to rotate camera, turn off lights, turn on lights, and then we will be ready to roll, okay? Okay. Okay. Hang tight. Again, just kind of getting used to this new stand. Sorry that I'm bouncing you around all over the place there. I'll have to fix that kind of in a sec when I can see what it looks like. So hang tight if it's all skiwampus, and sorry for taking you a little ride there without giving you advance notice that I was going to take you for a ride. All right, let me get the lights on. Lights on. Oh, my heck. Okay, hang on. It's really like overcast and kind of dark outside. So I live in Utah. It is a little after 10 a.m. here. So, all right, let's see what we're looking at. Are we good? Oh, hey, actually, it looks awesome. Okay, friends. Oh, thank you, Deborah. I'm plugging in the phone right now. Let's see what we have. Hi, Terry. I know Terry's been very anxious to see. Now, she's seen them. Well, she saw them last night because she placed an order. Nice to see you, Terry. She said she's just hopping in to say hello. Ice T really wants to do, I think what she means, the About Last Month or the Year in Review project for next year. Yes. Kathy, will we get a sneak peek of the Happy Day mini book? No. I can show you the sneak peek, the cover. There's a lot of work that's happening this afternoon and tomorrow on that project. So not enough to share yet with the exception of the cover. So let's see. Leonie Warren said, morning, everyone. Nice to be here. It's a wet and rainy morning. Yes, good morning. Okay, sounds good. I love it. Love it. So glad. Okay. And Colleen, and thank you guys both very much for reminding me to flip the phone. That's always super important. Okay, so let's take a look at the new stamp sets. Kathy said, I saw your Wednesday show. Oh my gosh, you're such a trooper. I would have shut down and went to bed. Maybe I should have, right? Yeah. Okay, so first of the new stamp sets, this is a 3x4 stamp set. It is called Word Strips Holiday. So Word Strips Holiday, this stamp set is part of the 2023 December documented project kit. So if you have that kit and you haven't opened it yet, open it, but also don't buy that stamp set because you already have that stamp set because that was part of that kit. This will be a one and done. I will not produce this stamp set once it sells out. So typically I only do one and done a year. And that is the stamp set that is part of my December documented mini book project kit. So just really great word strips, that you use in any of your holiday projects. I will be using these in my holiday lists as well, but you'll also see me use that quite a bit in my 2023 December documented this year. Okay, so that one has 25. If you're not familiar with my stamps, hi honey, from the other room. Oh yeah, hi. Sounds good, right? Okay, good. What was I going to say about this? Oh, I know. If you're not familiar with my stamps, all of my stamps are made in the US. They are photopolymer stamps, so very, very, very good quality. And I can tell you that, but everyone that owns my stamps, I know, will also tell you they're very good quality. Quick hydration break, okay, friends? Quick hydration break. Okay, next up, this one I released early October, I want to say. Early October? Mid-October? I don't know when it was. But this one is the brand new Document Your Travels stamp set. So I've shown this one before, but since we're talking new stamps, I figured I would might as well show this one now. But Document Your Travels, this one can be used with my Document Your Travels e-course, but does not have to be. It's just a really great stamp set for documenting your travels. And there is a specific way that I would have used it if I had it before Nick and I went on our trip. But it was kind of designed based on the process that I did when Nick and I went on our big trip in May, our big 18-day trip. So that is something that you could do. That is what I did with that stamp set. But there is a video with this particular product, this particular stamp that kind of shows you on the website how it might be used and talks a little bit more about how I came up with the idea for this stamp. So both of those are in stock and currently shipping. Some of the stamps that we'll see are not shipping yet. They won't be shipping until early December, but some are. And you'll know because the website will tell you. All right, next one. Woo! 2 brand new mini icons stamp sets. So if you have maybe not been around for a little while, back in the fall, I introduced the first of a new series of stamp sets called Mini Icons. So this was the first one, and this is available. This one is called Mini Icons Fall. And the whole idea behind those, they're larger than our bullet stamps, but still nice and mini, a great size to be used in your traveler's notebooks, or let's say maybe a great size to be used on, I don't know, how about like some holiday gift tags? Okay, so this is Mini Icons Holiday. This is a brand new stamp set. I do have these in stock now as well. The people that were part of the 3 Craft Chicks Candy Cane Lane Retreat, whether in person or virtual, if they did the kickoff, this was included in my make and take for the kickoff. That's why I have these now, because I've actually had them for a couple months for that. Anyhow, so with the mini icon stamp sets, you will always see 12 icons, little mini icons. And those little mini icons are about, they're anywhere, usually they're about 1/2 inch-ish, okay? So still small, but larger than our bullet stamp. So you'll have 12 mini icons for that particular theme, in this case, the holidays, the Christmas holidays. You'll always have a definitions stamp as well. So sometimes they're funny, sometimes they're just, regular. For the holiday stamp set, it's funny. It says Christmas, the only time of year in which one can sit in front of a dead tree and eat candy out of socks. So this particular stamp set had 2 more stamps that we won't see on the other ones. This one has a to and a from. So you can create super cute little gift tags with this icon stamp set, in addition to, using them in your journaling or for your lists and things like that. So this is Mini Icons Holidays. Then I love it. Sarah said, I love these mini icons. Terry said, I cannot wait to get these 2 new sets. Layle, so cute. Thank you. Thanks, Terry and Sarah. All right, so there is a second mini icon stamp set with this release, and this one is called Mini Icons Winter. So same format. You'll see there are 12 super cute mini icon stamps, all about 1/2 inch, with a definition. This one says winter. To appreciate the beauty of a snowflake, it is necessary to stand out in the cold. So really cute icons, 5 different snowflake icons, a little snow globe, some hot cocoa, a bird, a little deer, a hat, or if you're from Canada, if you're from Canada, a toque, some mittens, and some little ice skates. So this one is on its way, so not in stock yet. Again, you'll be able to tell on the website. It will tell you if it says pre-order, you know it's coming. And if it doesn't say pre-order, then you know that is in stock now, but that one is coming. Now, what's kind of a fun thing, I did a bundle. So there were a couple of different bundles with this stamp release. The first bundle is here we go, I can show them this way, is the Fall Mini Icon Stamp Set, the Winter Mini Icon Stamp Set, and the Holiday Mini Icon Stamp Set. So if you buy those 3, you get, okay, hang on. I had to think about that for a minute, because there are 2 bundles that have to do with the new stamp sets. So if you buy those 3, you get this set of mini, they're kind of like small acrylic blocks, right? So what's funny, you guys, here's a little behind the scenes. When I first saw the set of acrylic blocks, I loved them and I bought them. It is these acrylic blocks which started this whole new kind of series of mini icon stamps. Because when I saw these blocks, I thought, oh my gosh, these are so cute. They'd make the best blocks for little icon stamps. And then that's how these were born. So you buy those 3, that mini icons set, and you get the set of blocks for free. Okay. Let's see what else we have that's new. Oh, this one I am so excited about. So excited about. Because this is one of the ones, we're going to use this one today. Oh, wait, hold on. Why did I put this here? I'm going to come back to this one in a sec. Next set is Bullets and More 3. So the Bullets and More stamp sets that I have, the original one, the OG, is probably like 1.5 years old at least. This one was the original one that I designed, and it was a series of small bullets, numbers, and then some little banners. List Builder Bullets and More. Then came List Builder Bullets and More 2. So that little guy, it gets very, very used. There are 72 little bullet or icon stamps on that. And then those two I use so much. Those definitely are, I would say, amongst my best-selling stamps, the bullet stamps, because we use them so much in our list making. So it was only a no-brainer then that we do a Bullets and More 3. So now there is a Bullets and More 3 stamp set with 72 new little bullet icons. Now a couple of these are a little bit larger than some of the originals. So some of them will continue to fit on the stamping stylus, and some of them on this particular Bullets and More 3 stamp set would fit on that little smaller block. Okay, that little smaller round block. So there is also a bundle with these. So if you have not yet done Bullets and More 1 and Bullets and More 2, there is now a Bullets and More bundle. So you buy all 3 and you get the original stamping stylus, okay? The original stamping stylus, that little stamping stylus, I'll use that later today, but is a very easy way for you to use your little mini icon stamps, because they're little teeny guys, okay? And I say the original stamping stylus because if you have not had a chance to watch What's New Wednesday this week, this is the original. Original no longer available. The only way original is available is with that bundle, if you buy the bundle, as I kind of work my way out of these guys, because there is a brand new Stampin' Stylus in town. It is the new and improved. I took the best parts of the stamping stylus and kept them the way they were. So the same length, 6 inches. This one's a little tiny bit wider, so it actually will work on many of these guys, and it literally is just a little tiny bit wider. This one I said was 3 inches or 3/8 of an inch. This one I also say is 3/8 of an inch because literally they're so close to each other. There's not much of a difference. There's not even 1/8 of an inch. Not a measurable difference. Now, the difference though is 2 things. That end is laser polished, okay? Laser polished. So that was one of the only, and I won't even say complaints, I will say one of the only things that sometimes, very rarely, caused a issue or two is that some of you were having a hard time with your little icons, your teeny little bullet icons sticking to that end. And when you would email me and tell me, we'd talk about how to clean the back of your stamp, and then it would be okay. So I decided, you know what, let's join the big girls. Let's join the big girls. And rather than sourcing these in the US, which was good, but sourcing these in the US, there's one thing I couldn't do with the original stylus was to have the end laser polished, okay? So the new and improved stamping stylus is laser polished. What that means, basically, it is nice and smooth, just like all of your stamping blocks, which means your little stamps are going to stick to that, no problem at all. So nice and smooth. It also has a little bit of a rounded edge there on both ends. So both ends laser polished. And it's funny because you can actually see through all the way to the end of that one. That's how you can see that it is laser polished. So other one still works great. The original is still awesome. No need to go out, run out and buy the new one, but new and improved. Okay. So that was the Bullets and More 3. And then I started talking about the stylus because the OG, the original stylus, is part of that bundle. All right, moving right along to, this is the one, yes, so excited about this. So one of the stamps, one of the lists that we do on a monthly basis is called In the News, okay? In the News, and that is one of the lists that we'll be doing today, where I take some photos and I just take the news events that have happened that month and I make a list of those news events. So the original In the News stamp set was one, actually it was one of my original stamps that I did. One of the very first stamp sets that I did. So In the News, that was the first stamp set. We got a lot of use out of that. And I will still continue to use this stamp set, absolutely. But I needed something different, right? I needed a little bit more since it's something that we work with every month. I wanted kind of a freshened version that I could continue to work in with this version. So this is In the News too. Lots of fun different titles, different ways to say news or in the news or in the news or in the news. plus lots of other things, word strip stamps, some little mini icons, some larger icons, a definition. So I'll be using this one today. Super excited about this in the news too. Okay, then we have List Builder Travel. This is the one stamp I do not have yet. It is currently in production. I don't have a sample. So all of the stamp sets, with the exception of the word strips holiday, with the mini icons holiday, and what I'll show you in a minute, Reggie Alpha outline. Everything else is coming early December. So already in production, but I won't have my order until early December. Okay, so this one, List Builder Travel. This is a 4x6 stamp set. This, lots of travel word strips, and then you have travel, and then you can mix and match travel with travel bucket list, travel packing list, travel essentials, or you could mix it with any of these city, states, countries, but your visited works with city, states, countries. Your favorite works with city, states, countries. So lots of different ways that you can use this List Builder Travel stamp set. All right, so last but not least is this guy. This is Reggie Alpha outlined, okay? So here we have the original Reggie Alpha, and here we have Reggie Alpha outlined. So these can be used individually. We've had Reggie Alpha outlined for a little bit. Or you could use Reggie Alpha outlined individually, or you could pair the two together. So stamp your solid and then stamp your outline over the top, or use this guy and then color it in, whatever you want to do. So I did Reggie Alpha, and then after I did the Alpha version of Willie Alpha, a number of you reached out and said, hey, what about the outline version for Reggie Alpha? So there you go. All right, friends, so those are the brand new stamps. I will go over those in a little bit more detail and stamp with them when we're together. We won't do What's New Wednesday, I don't believe, on the 21st. No, the 22nd next week, but we will do it the 29th. Okay. So, oh, Susan, thank you. Okay, two Susans. Susan Scally said, love List Builder Travel. Thank you, Susan. And Susan Delgado said, I love all your new stamps, especially the Reggie. Okay, friends, so really quick plug again for the giveaways, because giveaways, 3 random lucky winners will each win their choice of any of those new stamp sets. So participate in the giveaway by leaving a comment on the video once it's over. Anytime between today and the morning of November 25th, 2023, because that's when we'll be together next. All right, so we're going to start out with today a list that we did not have a chance to finish when we were together last week. So, not last week, the 28th of October, when we were together last. Not last week, but when we were together last. So when we were together last, we worked on 3 different lists. The first list that we worked on was about last month for the month of October. So I always like to start off by looking at the list that we did when we were together last, about last month, October. That is using the 2023 About Last Month stamp set. So you had all those little pieces there. We did a little stamping, we did a little inking, we did a little bit of shadow stamping or layering by doing a lighter color and then doing a darker color. And then I used the really fun Happy Halloween collection from American Crafts. I did a little film strip, okay, like photo strip. Remember when we used to go to the photo booths made little photo strips? So we talked about how to do that during that class, not that class, but that last time we were together, our List With Me live session. Those are super easy to do because you're basically just cutting up a photo. So when we get to our, well, I'll just show you since I kind of have a little version of that here. This is one of the photos, a photo I may use in our list today in the news. But basically, I'm just printing a photo like that and then cutting it up for these. So that's what this was. That was one photo like that I then cut apart. So super easy to make your little film strips like that using that Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. Speaking of that, friends, this doesn't happen often at all. Amazon had them on a big time sale earlier this week. So you'll see a link to that printer to Amazon in the description box of the video. Double check. If you don't have one and you've had one on your wish list, they were $199. At least for one day, they dropped them down to $179.99. Normally they're $249.99. So even $199 is a screaming deal. But if you can snatch that, and I didn't check this morning, I apologize, I should have. If you can snatch that for $179.99, that is a screaming deal. So that's the printer that I use all the time when we're together doing our listing and I'm using photos. And the link for that's in the description box of the video. Hope it's still on sale for you if you're still looking. I did post about it on the Layle by Mail Facebook page and the Layle by Mail Facebook group earlier this week. One of you had posted and let us know that it was on sale, which is so awesome. Love when you guys share information like that. Posted in the group. Okay, so that was the first list. Second list that we did was things I avoid. Okay, things I avoid. This particular topic, and I get my listing ideas from all over the place, So I have my little handy dandy notebook here that I use for all of our planning for the listing sessions. In that, I have tons of list ideas that I write down. My dear friend Allison sent me on December 18th, 2022, a really long list of some things that she had kind of been, keeping track of. So I have this as my little resource. Sometimes you guys will send me list ideas or bring them up here. I add them to our kind of master list of lists. But one last time we were together and one today, both I pulled off of my friend Susan Opal's Facebook page. She had posted on Facebook a couple of questions for people to answer, and I thought, oh my gosh, I love those. Those would be great list topics. So one of those was things I avoid. And oh my gosh, we had so much fun with that, talking about things that we avoid. So when I am listing, I'm decorating and talking about what I'm doing and asking you guys what would be on your list of things you avoid. And it's just such a fun chat. So things I avoid. Cooking, toxic people, driving in the snow, conflict, clutter and disorganization, snakes, telemarketers, anyhow, lots of things like that. This one, we used papers from the What's Cooking collection. And this paper was so pretty. We just did a little bit of, I took out my little X-Acto knife and this kind of trimmed out this pattern from the sheet it was on. Things I avoid. Avoid was using Reggie Alpha. All right, so that was, and those were our first two lists. Now, we did a lot of talking. We did a lot of talking last time. This particular list, this type of list usually takes us about an hour and a half to do just because we're stamping, we're talking about the whole concept, we're talking photos. It just usually takes a little bit longer to do. So we ran out of time. We had started our third list and we ran out of time. Well, I ran out of time. University of Utah was playing Oregon Ducks football. It was in Oregon, I think. It was not a good game. Did not end out well. We lost. So I wanted to end so I could go watch the game with Nick on TV. But anyhow, I should have just stayed enlisted because it was not a good outcome. It was not a good outcome. So we were in the middle of a list when we stopped. And I said, well, guess what? We are going to start out our next time we're together finishing this list. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to finish the list that we got halfway through before. And that list topic actually came from another one of you, Cassie Friesen. Cassie had sent me an email and said, hey, I have a couple list topics that I thought would be really fun. And so one of those was, let me just get what it was called. One of those was, favorites. Now we've done lots of different favorites lists in the past. There is a favorite stamp set that I have. It really is called favorites. So we started out by stamping the word favorite, right? We started out by stamping the word favorite right here. And then I started making a list of some of my different favorite things. And so a couple of these were on Cassie's list, like my favorite time of day. We always know this one, right, Colleen? Colleen knows that well. My favorite time of day is 12:34. I see it on the clock like a bizarre number of times. I mean, so many times when I look at the clock, it says 12:34. Some people call that your angel number. I always, when I see 12:34, I think that's my grandma saying, hey, thinking about you. Now, my grandma is no longer living, so it's just kind of a fun, that's why some people call it an angel number. My favorite time of day, my favorite day of the week, Saturday. So we're going to continue with this list today. It will be a 2-page list, so that's what I had started out with. We were using the Life of the Party collection. That one is, you'll find that one on my website. It is a just super fun, kind of whimsical collection that I thought would be fun for a list like this. It was just kind of generic, kind of fun. What I was also using, the Bella Boulevard Letters Scramble 12 by 12 stickers, okay? So I had pulled out all the colors that I have, and these are all available on the website. They're available in their 12 by 12 sheets. So loads of stickers on there, but they're also available in a bundle. So if you just can't choose and you want them all, there's also available in a bundle for a little bit less than if you were to buy them all individually. So I thought it'd be a fun way to work in lots of different colors by using some of those alphabet stickers as we roll. Virginia said the favorite list is a very good one. And we can tell that Virginia is European because she said favorite with a U. Now, I know my Canadian friends also favorite with a U. Unfortunately, when I first designed the favorite stamp set that has all the favorite words on it, I was not really thinking of anyone else but us Americans, which happens quite a bit, in the American culture, that we only think of ourselves. So unfortunately, in that favorite stamp set, it didn't even occur to me, didn't even cross my mind that, oh yeah, there are other parts of the world that spell the word favorite a little bit differently. They add a little U in there. So Virginia, yes, favorite with a U. Oh, good. Carmen, look, she said the printer is still at $179.99 on Amazon. So that is a screaming deal, you guys, let me tell you. Normally $249. And I wouldn't expect that it would go down from there for Black Friday. So $179 is crazy. Okay, I pulled something away that I need back out. For my little bullets here, I was not using a bullet stamp. I was using the Zig dot marker, the black Zig dot marker. Virginia said, I don't think it's a problem. Favorite or favorite, it's great anyway. Thank you. Sarah said she's giving a plug for that printer. She said it's the best printer. So you guys can hear it from me, but other people can tell you too, because then it doesn't sound like, Layle just trying to push something. Okay. Okay. I need to come back to here because the things that were on my list are in my book from last week. So, favorites, time of day, day of the week. Okay, the next one was season. I'm going to do this. Instead of writing season, I think if I just spell out what my favorite season is, I think that would be pretty obvious, right? So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to use, I think yellow. I think I'll pull in a little bit of yellow here. Let's see. Oh, yes. So what do I think my favorite season is? My favorite season is not winter. I live in Utah. It would be nice if my favorite season was winter, but it is not. We definitely have winter here. Okay, and we probably have winter for, I'm going to say December, January, February, March, April. Probably a good 4 to 5 months. Virginia is correct. It's summer. It is summer. So on this sticker sheet, what's also kind of fun about it, you actually have 1, 2, 3, 4 different fonts. So you have a serif font. So serif, those are those little kind of legs on your little alphas. There's a serif. This one is a sans serif, meaning without, so it does not have the little legs. You have those little blocks, and then you have a sans serif uppercase. So I am going to spell out the word summer because yes, summer is my favorite. Summer's my favorite season. What's your favorite season? Summer? Spring? I know a lot of people don't like summer. A lot of people don't like summer. You know what? I'm just going to cover up that little guy. No, I better put it there. A lot of people do not like summer. I guess maybe it depends on where you live, right? I guess like if you lived in Atlanta, maybe you don't like summer as much because it's super humid there, right? I love summer. It is definitely warm in Utah in the summer. We get into the low hundreds is this going to work out? S-U-M. I know what I'm going to do here. Watch this. S-U-M-M-E-R. I'm going to stack it, and then I will write favorite season over here. So then we know exactly what it's like. Summer. Why does she write summer? Like, what the heck does she mean by summer? Now we know. Now we know. Favorite season, summer. And I overlapped the top ones. Actually, I can make these not so overlapped now. Let's see what we get there. Okay. Summer. Okay, let's see what we say. Carmen loves summer too. Carmen says I need to come to Phoenix for the winter. I know, right? Yeah, not the summer. I'll skip Phoenix in the summer for sure, but Phoenix in the winter, you betcha. I would like it, I'm sure. Okay, so we'll do this. Actually, I wonder if we have a little, I think, see, if I write season, it's going to be really squishy in here. Then I need to put something right there. So I'm going to just do this. Season. And then I've got a trapped white space, okay? That is what is called a trapped white space. Even if this background was blue, that would be called a trapped white space. It's trapped because I've created this little block there and it looks odd, right? You notice how that looks odd? You may not know that that's called trapped white space, but when you look at that, you're like, ooh, something's not right there because we created this weird trapped white space. So I need to put something in there. Okay, I need to put something in there. I have, let's see, I have these little puffy stickers. Well, let's do a butterfly. I have these little puffy stickers. The puffy stickers are from the Life is a Party collection because that's the one I'm using. We'll put this little butterfly sticker right in there. Okay, do you see how that fixes that? Let's just look at it again. Okay, look at, I know I was looking for a sun, Tammy. I was looking for a sun. Now I don't have a sun in here. And then I've got to like, or you know what I could do? Maybe a rainbow. I could do a rainbow, but I was looking for a sun because the sun would be perfect. Don't like the rainbow because the rainbow's not big enough. I'm sure I have a sun somewhere, but I have no clue where I have a sun. So we're just going to go back to our little butterfly sticker there. I may try to track down a sun later because I know I have one, but all right, there we go. Time of day, day of the week. Favorite season is summer. Susan said Atlanta's summer days vary. Some lovely, some humid. Ms. L, hers is spring. Tammy's is fall. All the beautiful colors in the Midwest. Yes, Tammy, I agree 100%. Utah has amazingly beautiful fall colors. I like fall too. Dawn doesn't like summer. It's too humid and buggy. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Utah, we don't have bugs. We don't have bugs like you guys have the giant bugs that are like the size of children in the Midwest. Oh, and in Florida too, right? I never understood why people had to have covers, like, you know, big like patio covers over their swimming pools in Florida until I actually went to Florida and they were like, oh, now I get it. I get why you have those. It makes sense. Hi, Julie. Julie said she's just popping in during the break in the Scrapbooking Cards Today event. Glad you're back. I'll watch during the breaks. Hi, Julie. I'm glad that you're here for a minute. Okay, so next up, what's my next thing on my list? Next thing on my list is, oh, favorite month. Okay, what do we think our favorite month is, friends? My favorite month, I think we'll go to, should we do a red next? I did not say redneck. It may have sounded like I said redneck. I'm not there's anything wrong with a redneck, but I said, should we do red next? I think I will go with, I think I'll do the pink and then we'll kind of work our way into red from there. So if my favorite month is June. I love June. Okay, not too hot. Kind of the start of the summer. Back when you were in school, we would get out in very early June. So June was always like so fun and full of promise. And it's not too hot. So I am going to do, I think I'm going to use these little guys. So month, I'll use these little tiny guys. I am using my tweezers to pull some of these off. So if you ever have a hard time getting any stickers off of a sheet, if you kind of bend and then it will kind of release. And then I use my little tweezers, my reverse grip tweezers, just because it's a lot easier to grab them. I need to do a little bullet there again. My favorite month is your favorite month? Deborah's is December. We're almost there. I love December too. Dawn says she loves December. Lots of family activities, right? Lots of family activities, lots of traditions. The time has changed, so it's kind of, you feel really cozy. If you live in Utah, it's usually snowy. So you can snuggle up on the couch, the blankie, and maybe in front of the fire. Mari says, I think I need all those little letter stickers now. So well, usually on my list, I'm using one of two things for my titles. I'm either using stamps or I'm using stickers. So I think these stickers, when Stephanie came out with them, Bella Boulevard, I was so excited when I saw them because I'm like, oh my goodness, these will just go so far. There's so many options with the 4 different fonts. And then what we didn't talk about, look at all the numbers. Like, look at all those numbers. Look at all the 2s. We always need tons of 2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 2s. And all the little zeros. So those will really come in handy for numbering lists as well. I just think this sticker sheet like this is such a good, it's such a good purchase because they really stretch far. Really stretch far. I'm not sure how many stickers are on there, but if I counted, I'm sure it would tell me there's a lot. Favorite month is June. I love the month of June. All right, so next up we have, holiday. What's the favorite holiday? My favorite holiday is Christmas. So I think we will do a little thing here again. And if I do, maybe I'll do this. Now, I obviously don't have enough room for Christmas. So I'm going to use the standard abbreviation for Christmas, Xmas. And that way I get to use an X, right? That way I get to use an X. Okay. The only issue with that, I think I'm going to have to use that somewhere else because I will create this really weird, well, it might be okay. Let me just see. Because I'm going to create a trapped white space again there. But I like these tall ones. And I really love, I don't know if that X is, it kind of looks like it's upside down, but I kind of like it upside down if that's upside down. It could really go either way. This is also a fun way. Doing a list like this where you're using lots of different alpha stickers. You know, sometimes when you get to the end of a sheet of alphabet stickers and you're like, oh my gosh, what do I do with all these? I can't really spell a word. I don't have enough left to do much of anything. Well, if you just have a couple letters like this, you could start using your old sticker sheets by doing it this way. Or you could even mix colors too, right? You could even mix colors and fonts and all different kinds of things. Favorite holiday is Xmas. All right, so now I need a little something here. I think I need like some kind of word strip there. Ooh, I have an idea. This could be lots of fun, couldn't it? What if I take the new Mini Icons Christmas? No, Mini Icons, no, not Mini Icons. Word Strips Holiday. Word Strips Holiday, that's what I was trying to say. Let me just grab real quick one thing. I'm just across the room. And I am grabbing the stamp out of my December documented kit for this year because I've already used it. So I might as well use that one. Okay, there that is. Now one quick thing, you guys. I need to see if Nick's still there. Pardon me, one sec. Nick? Nick? Sorry. I feel a migraine coming on. And I need to nip that in the bud right now. So hang tight for 1 second, guys. Hang tight. I'm gonna take, one of my prescription meds for my migraines, and then we'll be on our way again. If I can try to nip that in a bud, it'll be really good. Oh shoot. Okay. Nancy, I think you're right. Nancy said Mary. If I put Mary right there. So here's going to be, well, let's talk about a couple things here. Let's talk about what we might, if we didn't have what we need, what we could do instead. So I have on this stamp set, the word strips holiday. I have Merry Christmas. I have Merry and Bright, but I also have the word Merry. So that's good. I can use Merry. Now, if I did not have the word Merry, I could use either Merry Christmas or Merry and Bright. And I would just put a little sticky right over, I'd create a little mask. I'd put a little sticky right here. And so Merry would stamp here, and then I wouldn't be worried about the rest of the phrase, either Christmas or and Bright. But I don't have to worry about that because I have a Merry. Let's see. Pamela and Carmen love October because of Halloween. Gabby is loving the gloom. Look at this little guy. So it's a little tiny word stamp. Here's a little trick with your smaller stamps, really all of your stamps. If you put them on your work surface, it's a little thing, whoopsie, put them on your work surface, put them facing down, and then pick the stamp up with your stamping block. You can get it to release. Pick it up with your stamping block, and then it is nice and straight on there. You're not trying to get your little fingers with that little tiny stamp on your stamping block. All right, so I think I will here's the thing. I don't think I want to go green there. I'm worried that if I go green, it's going to look odd. So this is what I can try. I'm going to try something and see if I would like the way that it looks. So bear with me one sec. Hang on. I'm just looking for a little something. Okay. This is a clear sticky note. Okay, see how that's clear? It's a clear, but it's, I can't remember. Transparent, clear. Transparent sticky note, okay? That is a transparent sticky note. So I'm just going to put that right there, and I'm going to get out a green. I think if I do something that's a little bit less green and a little bit maybe more minty color. Now, we know Tim Holtz does not make a mint color for his Distress Inks. So I'm going to try Cracked Pistachio. All right, I'm going to try Cracked Pistachio. And I will stamp on top of that transparent sticky note and see if I like it. But I need to do a test stamp first. We always test stamp first because we need to make sure that we like it. Actually, I think that's a really good match. It's actually a really good match for that color and for this color. I don't know. Green may still be a little, might look like it's a little bit out of place on there, but we'll look. Okay, we will see. So I'm just going to stamp this right here. Okay, so it works, right? It works, but then I need like another little something to go right there because then I'll have another little trapped white space right there. So I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm not okay with the trapped white space. I am okay with the green. All right, so we can continue to use that later. Transparent sticky notes are fun to use on a lot of things, but I'd say that's probably one of the biggest ways that I use them. If I'm trying to see what something would look like somewhere, then I can stamp on it or write on it and then go to get a good feel whether I like it or not. Okay, so if we do Mary there. Oh, I just realized I forgot to wet my stamp chamois, so I'm going to need to do that. Okay, there's my little Mary. And let's see, what could go here? These little guys, I just need something little. These are the, oh, what about this? Maybe these little cute little cherries, because they have a little bit of red and green in them, right? What if the cherries go right there? It's really not big enough. It's not big enough. I need something a little bit bigger. Uh-oh. On my shirt. It flicked onto my shirt. Okay, what if we did I don't know, yay is gonna be really big. And then, yeah, yay doesn't work because then I created a trapped white space below that. So let's do, oh, this little guy. Would this little guy look funny? So that's supposed to be like a little party horn, but when I put it in there like that, it looks like it's like some guy's arm, like a little arm. So no, we won't do that. Okay, how about this? We'll just put this bird here because I think the bird was kind of the same color. There we go. The bird's kind of the same color. That works. All right, there's our little bird. I filled in the space, so we're good there. Now we can move on to our next one. Really quickly, friends, I apologize. I forgot to wet my stamp chamois, and I need that so I can continue to stamp throughout our time together. So one sec while I wet that. Hi, Ridge. What you doing? Sorry, gotta lock you out. You can't come in. Reggie came running when he heard me open the door. He would like to come in, but if he came in, he would jump on the table. And that does not work. That does not work. Okay, so that's all clean. And now I will put Mary back. Oh, it's a bird. Yes, it's a bird. It is a bird. All right, now I could, if I had, I mean, I do have lots of other things. Obviously, I have lots of other products. It's just a matter of, I don't want to like take forever and go try and find the perfect thing, right? Because that's sometimes what happens to us. We're like, oh, that's not quite perfect. I need to go find my perfect thing. And then next thing you know, it's like 8 hours later and you've totally pulled everything out that you own. And then you're frustrated and then you don't do it anymore. So that works. All right, next up on my list of favorite things is, where are we? Back to here. Oh, food. What is your favorite food? Hi, Denise. Nice to see you. What is your favorite food? Oh, there's lots of them. I have lots of favorite foods. I think this one's probably my favorite because I try not to eat it. I know that sounds weird. Well, guess what might come next? We might do the green one next. Well, maybe we'll do teal next. So I have two greens, right? I have two greens. Oh, no, I have three greens. Three green-ish. I have pickle juice, I have guacamole, and I have Gulf. I think we'll do, let's do pickle juice next. So my favorite food, not pickles. My favorite food is, I think we have enough room here to do this font. The one with the serif. It's kind of tall though. What if we did this? Move this guy. This guy kind of goes here. And the little bird maybe goes by him. Actually, now I don't even really need the bird anymore, do I? Because that kind of took its place. I didn't even need the bird. Bird's going back. Sorry, bird. You're out. All right, favorite food is, what's your favorite food? What is your favorite food? You guys, this is a fun list in that this kind of reminds me of the pandemic. When we were listing during the pandemic, a lot of our lists, we would talk about how they could work for not only, listing and being creative like we're doing together, but they'd be great dinner topic conversations when you're sitting around the table with the same people you've been staring at for months on end, right? This would be fun. I'm okay that covers that up. This would be a fun discussion with people, right? If you are eating with people or you are driving in a car on a long road trip, or this would be a really easy conversation starter. Like, what's your favorite time of day? What's your favorite food? What's your favorite holiday? So favorite food is going to be, let's see. Pamela said anything I don't have to cook. Oh, that's funny, Pamela. I like it. I'm kind of there too, right? Because I don't cook. Denise, I'm only seeing half of the list. Is that on my end? We're only working on this half of the list so far, Denise, so I think that's why. But that also reminds me I need to make sure to work up here because we're far away. We are a little bit far away, aren't we? Let me get that a little bit closer. That should be a little bit better. It's part of my reach for a sec. Okay, there we go. Denise said, digging those red nails, Layle. Yep, holidays. I decided, my nail lady talked me into it. She's like, there's really, if you wait until December when you have your nail appointment again, then you really don't have very much holiday for red nails. And so I decided, whoopsie. So I decided to start early. The only time of year I ever do red is right now. So there we go. Julie's favorite food is Greek yogurt. I love Greek yogurt, like a plain Greek yogurt, like a Faye. The Faye Greek yogurt, oh my goodness, makes me so happy. And it's just plain, I love it. Julie said French bread and Kerrygold butter. Ooh, yummy. Mostly Mandy, hey, no need for apologies. She's like, I wish I had a fancy answer, but it's going to be French fries. Marilee, pizza any day, anytime. Yep, for sure. Roasted Brussels sprouts with a little blue cheese. Oh, yummy. Gabby said Mexican food. Now I'm getting hungry. My favorite food is pasta. I love pasta. It does not make me feel good. And I know it's not very good for me because of all the gluten, but it does not make me feel good. But oh, I love it so much. I would literally eat it every meal. Alexis, yes. Alexis said pasta as well. I love it. All right, so I think now we'll go to this screen. What's next? What is next? Next on my list is music. Oh, Anne. Yeah, right there, Anne with you. Anne said cheese. I could literally live on cheese. I love cheese. Nancy said apple. Oh, apple. Fresh apple off the tree. Yeah, apples. Honeycrisp is my favorite. Honeycrisp apple's my favorite. Okay, favorite music. Favorite music. What's it going to be? Alexis. Alexis, you and I are like the same person. Alexis said country music. Yep. For me, well, I like lots of different music, but country, okay. But I kind of have to like clarify that a little bit. I do not like the olden days country music, like Merle Haggard, that kind of thing. Travis Tritt, or I don't even know. I like a little bit of 90s country, but mostly like current country. Like I really like Luke Combs, Luke Bryan, oh my gosh, Chris Stapleton, of course. Oh, Chris Stapleton. Kane. I can't remember the first guy's name. Kane Brown. Kane Brown? Yes. Anyhow, love country music, but only new kind of country. Okay, so country. I'm going to put country, and then I will spell music. So I think we'll go back to this little one again. We'll go back to that font. This little guy in the middle. Country music. What about you guys? Do you like music? Not so much. Oh, Sarah, I love Pink Martini. I love Pink Martini. That's funny. You say Pink Martini. A lot of people don't know Pink Martini. Pink Martini is kind of like jazz clubbish. Just really nice, great background music. I love Pink Martini. I can't remember. Years ago, somebody introduced me to Pink Martini. I'll have to look on there. I'll have to go check like their streaming channel because I don't know. I don't think I have it. I do Pandora, so I'll have to go look for Pink Martini because a lot of times you just need a really good background music, right? Nick and I were playing gin the other night, and I turned on some, just jazz, kind of good jazz background music. Hi, Linda May. Nice to see you. Carmen loves glam, rock, and metal. Karen. Is Karen Haynes here? If Karen Haynes is here, you and Karen would get along so well. Karen loves, oh my gosh, Poison. Is it Poison? I don't know. Bret Michaels, I think. That she has seen him like 100 times in concert, like literally, or 100 them, him. Country. I'm going to run out of room for music. I love country music. Marilee says any music you can bop your head to, especially in the car. She likes head bopping music. Carmen listens to everything all over the place. My shuffle would confuse you. You know what, Carmen? I'm that way too. Really, my shuffle would confuse people because it literally is all over the board. Oh, this morning, I was listening to Dolly Parton has a new song out with Chris Stapleton. And it is an old, I can't remember who originally sang the song. I'm sure we talked about this. I'm sure it's on one of our in the news lists that Dolly Parton, I think it was last year, was nominated for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And Brett Michaels, maybe it is Brett Michaels. Carmen's met Brett Michaels. I think she must not be here because, okay, hold on. Now I just saw something. I got to write this down. I have to write this down because Denise said Tim Janis on YouTube. I'm going to do Pink Martini and Tim Janis. I'll have to look at both those. Martini, Tim Janis. I'll have to look. Anyhow, I'm pretty sure we did it in the news a while back. Dolly Parton was nominated for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and she declined it. She said, I am not a rock and roll singer. I am a country singer. And they're like, you're pretty amazing. You deserve it. And so she said, okay, well, if I'm going to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I'm going to release a rock and roll album. So just released a rock and roll album. And she released a song with Chris Stapleton that is a rock and roll song, but it's great. It is great. Pamela, 80s music. I love 80s musics too. And Dawn says old rock and new country. Linda May loves all music, depends on her mood. I haven't listened to the album. Carmen will have to listen to it. Wanda said she was raised on old time country music, but it's not her favorite. Night Moves. There we go, Tracy. Thank you. Bob Seger. Bob Seger, Night Moves. Yeah, it was very good. Very good song. All right, so we'll just do this right up here. Oh, it kind of fits right in here. Music. Country. If you were wondering where I was going to write that, it just squeezed right a little in there. All right, so that was next thing. Time of my life. Okay, what's the favorite time of my life? I don't want anybody to get mad at me. I don't want you to think this sounds like it's being selfish. Well, guess what? It's my list. If you're mad at me, I don't really care, right? I mean, I have to get past the point. I'm 55. I have to be past the point where I want everybody to like me, right? But my favorite time of life, honestly, is right now. It's being an empty nester. And it's not that I don't love my kids to death. I love my kids, right? Love Jack and Sam so much. But now it is this time of life that I think I'm enjoying the most, right? I own my own business. I have a flexible-ish schedule. Usually what happens later in life, you're a little bit more financially stable. So maybe you can do some things that maybe you weren't able to do in your younger years. Nick and I are doing a lot of traveling. We have a really good, healthy marriage. We've been married for 28 years. So now is my favorite time of life. Colleen said, PSA, help others find Layle. Give the video a like, thumbs up. Yes, even after I just said that. Please, if you give the video a thumbs up. Thanks for the reminder, Colleen. It's super important. It's very helpful. And that's just a little public service announcement for anybody that you're following, watching, whether it's YouTube, whether it's on Pinterest or Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or whatever it is. Doing any kind of thumbs up or leaving a comment is super helpful for people. So thank you. That's how some of you found me, would be because of the interaction that happens here on a Saturday. Then YouTube recognizes that and says, hey, this must be a pretty cool thing to show people. Maybe we should show people this. And that's how some of you found me, because YouTube recommended, because of the interaction and thumbs up. So thank you. Mary Lee says, I'm with you, Layle. Janine says, there's nothing wrong with loving life now. Thank you, guys. I kind of feel, I don't know. I feel like, is that a bad thing to say, that this is my favorite time of life out of all my life? You know, definitely. High school was fine, but not my favorite. College was great, but not my favorite. Anyhow, so I'm going to figure this out. Favorite time of life. I guess I'm just going to say now. I'll do this. Favorite time of life. And now I can say now. All right, let's go to this color next. So, this is such a pretty color. That one is called Gulf. Isn't that awesome? Like the perfectly beautiful aqua-ish color. Now, have an idea. because I can't really fit empty nester unless, actually, excuse me, I probably could. Let's try this. Tracy said, sometimes I feel guilty that I'm retired enjoying it. I know, right, Tracy? Like, what is it about? I don't know. Is it a woman thing? I don't know what it is. What is it about? Okay. All right. So I have a little issue. I kind of, all right. I can't do empty nester because with all of these, there are only 2 E's. Empty nester. I need 3. So notice how I checked, kind of mentally checked to make sure I had what I needed before I started. So then maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll just say right now because I know I have enough for right now. So that works. Right now. RIGHT space NOW. So I need 9. So that's not going to help me. If I go maybe right here, we'll just try it right now. Favorite time of life right now. And you know what? That's just right now. It's right now, right? It could be another time of life. I mean, maybe it's when I'm retired. I don't know. Nick and I were talking about it the other day. Nick is a couple years older than me. He's 3 years older than me. So he's, closer to thinking about retirement than I am. And then he's like, so when are you going to retire? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what retirement looks like for me. I really don't know what that looks like. I don't know. I have a hard time sitting still. So I guess okay, let me back up. Just because you're retired doesn't mean you have to sit still. Don't get mad at me because I said that. I'm always like going 100 miles an hour. So I don't know how to not do that. And so like, if I don't have a business that I'm running, I don't know, I don't know. It's something I got to figure out. Definitely. It's something I've got to figure out. I have pretty much figured out because Nick and I have had lots of conversations lately about what I want to do with my business. Like, how much more do I want to grow my business? And I'm at that point where I either need to really grow now or I need to not. Because I either need lots more help or not. And if I have lots more help, and that involves things like getting a warehouse and hiring more employees, and I'm like, you know what? I really don't feel like I want to do that. I feel like I'm kind of in the sunset part of my life. I don't feel like I want to do the ramp up part. So all of it is kind of stuff that sometimes is not fun to talk about. I mean, not talk about. It's great to talk about. It's just that I don't really want to think about it. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, hold please, we're not going to talk about that. Oh, perfect. Look at right now. And then there's like a nice little adult beverage with, well, I'm going to say it's an adult beverage. You can have that be whatever beverage you want, but it has like a little umbrella flag in it. Umbrella, not umbrella flag, a little umbrella. All right. So there's the first half of our list. Okay. Let's keep on moving over to the next side. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have at least 4 more things, and then you know what's going to happen? Then I am going to probably have to come up with some more. Linda May said, maybe retirement for you is just taking time for yourself when you want to. Yes, that would, right, totally could be. Linda May, I don't know how to do that. I just don't know how to do that. Yeah, so it's something I got to grapple with and figure out, but I agree with you. Virginia Greco said, for me, my late 20s and early 30s, but maybe the best time of my life is still to come. I love that. Yes, maybe it is, right? Maybe it is. Yes, Pamela, I will for sure date my list. Yeah, absolutely. Because this is one of those lists that I call a time capsule, right? This is very much time specific, because if I had done this list, maybe when I was 20, it'd probably be very different. Although I probably would have still said favorite time of life right now, right? But yeah, absolutely so important to date our lists. Okay, so next up is favorite vacation spot. Well, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. And I think, I've been vacation to a lot of places. I've vacation and traveled for business over the years for a lot of different reasons. But I still think my favorite, it's where I go and I feel the very most relaxed of anywhere. And it's Maui. It is Maui. So that's my favorite vacation spot. Even though I've been very fortunate, I've been all over Europe and South Africa and Australia and lots of places, but that's still where I just, I don't know, go and feel at peace and very relaxed. Maui. And then, all right, I love those tall, oh, I was going to say tall boys. Tall boys generally refers to beer. I'm not a fan of beer or a tall boy. Even though I've got favorite over here, I'm going to put favorite here again because I need to kind of fill in the space. Favorite vacation spot, Maui. Okay. What about you guys? Vacation spot, what would it be? What would it be? Your favorite vacation spot. Hopefully, you get to go there soon. All right, next up is hobby. My favorite hobby. My favorite hobby, oopsie, would be something I don't do nearly enough. Okay, next color, hang on. Oh, it's this guy. Nope, we just did this guy. Okay, I have these in order. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Ooh, there's a really pretty blue coming next. This one is blueberry. Hobby. My favorite hobby is reading. It is reading. I love to read. I like seriously love to read so much, and I don't do it anywhere near often enough. I think we talked about it last time we were together. Last book I read was called November 9th. A book by, oh no, it wasn't last time we were together. It was when I did my Reading Traveler's Notebook Project Kit class. Colleen, help me. She's a very popular author right now. Colleen something or other. It's escaping me. Anyhow, she's written a lot of books, super popular right now. But I bought it when I was coming back from Colleen Hoover. Thank you, Alexis. Alexis, do you read Colleen Hoover? Because again, there'll be something where we're like again. Ireland. Julie said Ireland. I love Ireland too. So much. Ireland and Scotland were like magical. But probably not as relaxing for me because we, in 18 days, did a lot of things in those two countries, like a lot. We never stopped, so it wasn't really relaxing. Let's see, but that was all by design. That's how we planned it. Yes, reading. So normally I read on my Kindle. Okay, normally I read on my Kindle, and every time I get on an airplane and I pull up my Kindle, I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to download more books. So there's nothing that I'm interested in reading on my Kindle. So then I don't read. But when I was in Orange County, so I was teaching at Lizzie Lou Christmas Bash, and I was on my way home. And I had a little extra time at the airport before I boarded the plane. And also Nick was out of town when I got home. So I'm like, oh, I've got lots of time to read. When I go to bed and things like that. Okay, reading fits there. Hang on, now I gotta think about this a minute because I also have to do this because I kind of run out of room again. Not run out of room, but I have too much room. I had to put favorite because I had too much room. But the reason I did hobby down here instead of up here, then I would have created this weird little, I could have written favorite hobby. If I dropped reading down, I could have written favorite hobby right there in that little space before the top of the D. But then I would have ended up with some weird white space again over here. So it works. No, anyhow, I bought a paperback book. I bought November 9th, the paperback book. And then I am a super speed reader. I read very quickly. And so I was done with that, I think the next morning. Because I read it on the plane. I got home and read, woke up early the next morning and read, and then was finished with it. So right now it kind of seems like I need to have, I either need to add more books to my Kindle or get paperbacks because, yes. So I just saw this little guy. You know what I think I'm going to do? This is actually, this was out for one of our next lists. This is from Vicky's Discover and Create collection. And this little vellum guy was just sitting right there, and it was just kind of sitting there taunting me. And I think what I might do, because I will think I have some more room here, because I only have a couple more. I have fruit and vegetables. So I've got fruit and veg. Okay, so I don't have, I'm going to use this guy. But what I'm going to do, because he really won't fit, I'm going to come in and I'm going to trim him down. And I will do this. Happiest. Okay, they're happiest. That'll be cute. Because this is favorite. These are like all the things that make me happy. So happiest will work. All right, so next up, I have 2 more to go. I have favorite fruit. What is your favorite fruit? What's your favorite fruit? Your favorite fruit. Oh, now we're up to purple. Now we're up to purple. Ooh, and then I'm going to start over because then I have like brown and black, and I don't want to use brown and black. So, and white and gold. All right, so fruit. My favorite fruit is, oh, raspberries. I know that. I don't need to think about that, but I do know that I need to, I'll do fruit in this, and I'll do, where's the F? F. This little one. Oh, look it. That's fun. We haven't really used the little, oh, I guess I did a T over there, but look it. They're all kind of short. I like that. That really bullet should have been down there, but that's okay. F. My favorite fruit is raspberries. What about you guys? What's your favorite fruit? I like bananas too. I don't eat bananas very often. I don't know. That goes back to the weird, some of the weird things that we learned in our life over the years, that bananas are not good for you because they have so much sugar, right? Lots of carbs and sugar in them, but I like them. Favorite fruit. My favorite fruit is raspberry. We'll do a little dot on our eye here. This would be fun. Like if you have littles in your life, like little kids or little grandkids, this would be a fun list to do every couple of years. Well, I did things like this when our kids were like 6 months old, a year old, because so much changed now. You know, they didn't really know what their favorite holiday or favorite month was, but more like what they were eating, what they were playing with, favorite toys and things like that. So you could totally switch it for little kids and then do it more frequently and see how the things changed on their list. Either ask them, or if they're too young to ask, then you could just write it. Raspberries. Now, I've done a little weird trapped white space there, so what do you say that we throw something in there? I'm liking these little guys just because they're little. Maybe we just put that little guy right there. That kind of fits it in. There's a little heart. I'll pull the whole list up when we're done, okay, so you can see it. Oh, that's good, because you know why? Look it. Okay. So now what we've done, we have a little bit of gold foil there, a little bit of gold foil there. We have gold foil here. And this works, even though it's from a totally different collection, because look at the color of the owl's eyes. And then that gold, there's gold foil in that vellum. So it kind of helps to pull it all together. Okay, now my favorite veg. My favorite vegetable. Okay, let's see. Louisa loves and grapes from Japan. Ooh, yum, 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 yum. I've never had grapes from Japan. Linda May said pomegranate. Love pomegranate. Louisa loves watermelon too. Virginia, apples and peaches. Linda May says depends on the season. Pamela, mango. I love mango too. Susan, watermelon. Pineapple and watermelon are tied for Ms. L. Peaches. Scrapbook says to grapes. Tammy Higgins, pineapple. Deborah says mango. Yes, love it. Love all those fruits, right? Love all those fruits. Ooh, Rainey says she's not a fruit lover, but she loves veggies. Julie loves blueberry. Wanda said perfect stickers to use on a list like this, right? Because look at how fun. I mean, that really, all the decorating is done in the color and in the font, right? So I don't need any product, really. I mean, I added a few little things, but yes. Scrapbook Sister likes them too. Ms. L, guess what? Artichokes. That's my list too. That's on my list too. My favorite veg, and I'm just going to put veg because it'll be easier to say veg. So we are back to, okay, we're back to the pink colors, right? I did not use this one before. This one is called Punch. So I'm going to just spell out veg, and we'll use the tall letter stickers because we have a little bit more room for that. Oopsie, come on out. Veg. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Okay, so I did not use that, but I'm not going to use that here. Even though I haven't used that color yet, I need to do something that will help bring what's over here into over here and tie in. So what that is going to be is orange. Okay, that's orange for sure, because we have the orange over here, we have the orange there. So if we add a little bit of orange, that'll kind of pull it all together. So that's what I'm going to do. I had to just make sure I knew where to put the my little bullet this time. All right, my favorite vegetable is, I like a lot of vegetables, but I'm going to say my favorite vegetable is artichokes. Scrapbook Sister, broccoli. Oh, I love Brussels sprouts too. Gosh, I don't know. It's kind of a tie. I really love Brussels sprouts, but they have to be prepared correctly. They have to be prepared properly, right? If they're boiled to within an inch of their life, like I used to have when I was a little kid, they would be my least favorite. They would be absolutely my least favorite, right? But you know what? Maybe I could do this. It's a tie between Brussels sprouts and artichokes. All right, there we go. So now I need to adhere these little guys down, and I can do that with my tape runner. So that's a vellum piece, and sometimes we're not quite sure what type of adhesive to use when we're working with vellum. There's enough of a color here that if I put my adhesive where those color spots are, we won't see really that adhesive showing through. Because vellum is kind of cloudy, right? So it's a little bit like transparent, kind of cloudy. So we may not want to do, why is that little guy not wanting to, it's because I'm trying to do just a little teeny piece. If I just put my tape runner in those little areas, I'm trying to do just a little teeny piece. That's my problem in getting it to grip. Okay, that should be good. So, happiest. Actually, I need to trim this off a little bit more because this still has what was left over from when I trimmed it off before. So let's just kind of round that out a little bit. Happiest. All right. So now if I do my little date is going to be right down here. November 18th. And actually, I can just do 2023, right? We don't really need to know that it's November 18th. Okay, friends, so that list is finished. Just kind of fun list, and that one was from Cassie Friesen. So Cassie, if you are here, I know Cassie was here before with us when I first started the list last week, because I told her I was going to do it. And then, let me just get these back in order. I like to have them in the rainbow order. That's a little bit of my type A showing through. Red, orange, yellow, green. But anyhow, Cassie, if you are here, thank you for recommending that list. And friends, if you ever have list ideas, please, please, please share them, because I don't have all the ideas. And sometimes I feel like things are getting stale. So if you have ideas, please share them. Love it, love it, love it. I have a couple magazines that I have purchased lately that I'll be pulling some lists from too. Okay, so yeah, very colorful, happy list. Isn't that white space above my favorite driving you crazy? Virginia, totally is, right? It's actually what's funny. When I see that, when I look at it like this, I don't really notice, but when I look straight ahead and see it from the view that you guys are looking at it, it absolutely does. Because a couple times I've thought, I need to put a word strip sticker there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dig out a word strip sticker and put it there. You guys, I'm going to try something. I'm going to turn the fan on, okay? So there were some very odd noises happening on Wednesday. And it's the same fan I always use. So I don't think it's the fan, but I just turned the fan on, okay? If it starts making staticky noises, please let me know. If you guys can hear like static on the video. All right. Let's see what we'd like to use here. I've got loads of word strip stickers. Usually I'm pulling up small talk. I would say this is by far, or I even have a, Okay, if I can't find a word strip sticker, I'm certain I have a word strip stamp that I could put up there. You can never have too much happy. Well, that's true. So if I put that, kind of too big. It's really too big, so that doesn't work. I need something a little bit smaller. Focus on what's important. Well, yeah, those things are important, right? Do what you love what you do. That works, right? This is all about things I love. Let's see. Again, it's a little bit too wide. Okay, darling, you are a work of art. This is what family looks like. All you need is love. Love with all your heart. Well, that works because I always like all of these things, right? Love with all of your heart. Okay, so they put that there. Now, I need one more little thing to go up there. And I'm thinking maybe, let's go back to here and see if we have, there is a little heart I could put there. There's a little star I could put there too. We'll see which one of those works. Alexis, yes, this word strip sticker book. I have a number of different word strip sticker books. This one is called Small Talk. So I use word strips so often. There's even like a link on my website that takes you all to all the word strip stickers that I have. I always say that if you look at something and it feels like something is missing, put a word strip sticker. Okay, then because that's the problem. You just need a little something to add. All right, there we go. That works. Hang on, this might need to be centered now. Before when I was going with, if we do that, and then this little guy goes right here. No, that does not, well, guess what? Problem now is this. I've got this little trapped white space right there. So I got to fix it. That's why it had to go this way, kind of. But even then, it's still kind of, I don't care. We're just doing it. It's coming up there, and then this little guy will go right there, and we're calling it good. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, there are the pages. Do the balloons have all the colors? The balloons are very close. Is that what you mean, Tammy? Or do you mean one of these? I don't know. Or you mean all of those? I'm not sure. All right, so the list is done. I am now going to put a few things away here. This is really easy to put away because I just have it all in this tray. So all I have to do is put those things on the tray and move it off to the side. And then I need to adhere those pages into my insert. I do not quite remember why I started these off the page. I was working on them off the page, and now we can go ahead and adhere them in our insert. So obviously my kind of medium of choice, background, whatever it is a traveler's notebook. But you could just as easily do something like this on a 12 by 12 scrapbook page. You could do it in a mini book. You could do it in a composition notebook. You could do it in a spiral notebook. Really, you could do this in any type of thing. I just, really like traveler's notebooks. So that's where I do my things. But you could, you know, if you have kids or grandkids and every year they have their school photos, well, if they're still, you know, in school like that, they have their school photos. This would be a really fun list to do every year with their school picture. So an example of that, Nancy Mars, she is a squirrel. She posted in the Facebook group a little while ago, a couple months ago, maybe this summer, a photo of her grandson, and it was his baseball picture. And he was, I don't remember how old he was. He like preteen, I think. And she had done a, like, this is me at, you know, whatever his age was. But that would be a really fun type list to do. And then put the person's favorites. Now, if you could get that person to write these things down, it would be really cool. It would be really cool because then you'd have their handwriting too. All right, so there we go. That turned out fun. I really like the way that turned out. That was fun. This piece of paper, I was looking for a paper. This one was from Life is a Party. I couldn't find kind of a neutral paper that I wanted to go on the second page. This one is from What's Cooking. So a lot of times if you're not finding what you want to kind of match or coordinate, then go to another collection, go to your other product and see if you have something that would work. And in that case, it did. Okay, friends, so our next list is in the news, okay? In the news, if you, let me look. If you have not been with me for a while, in the news is a list that I do every month, except sometimes things get too busy and I'm traveling too much and we don't have a time to get one done, so I push it into two. So there's a version, and then I want to show you one more version. Actually, I need to show you a couple more versions. Is it in here? Well, I just had it out the other day because, like yesterday, I had it out. Oh, okay, hang on, friends. Sorry. I think it's here. All right. So, in the news. All right. Here's a version of In the News where I was using the original In the News stamp set with the typewriter. So we kind of did that type of version for a while. Okay. Am I still there? Loved that typewriter, and then just that little In the News. And then earlier this summer, as I was getting bored with that stamp set, and I'm like, I got to mix this up a little bit. What could I do a little bit differently? I did this one. Okay. I did this one, and quite a few people said, really like that, really kind of like this. And I had just used alphabet stamps to spell news, all right? So as I was trying to think, okay, I want to do a new In the News stamp set, and In the News too. What do I want to add on there? What are things that I am missing on the current stamp set that I wish I had in a newer stamp set? That is how this In the News stamp set came to be. Recognize that? In the News, right? So there's your stacked news. And then I felt like I was missing some things on the original In the News stamp set that I might be able to put, like, intermix into the list. So as I'm like writing down here, some like icons or words and things that I might want to mix in. So that is where the brand new In the News kind of came from, was inspired from. So my In the News for this month will be on 2 pages. And I printed out 2 different versions of the same photo. Let's see. Gabby said, love this version for when I'm behind on listing. Oh yeah, let me go back to that one for a second. This was in the news too, or excuse me, in the news. This was an In the News list when we had, in September, completely skipped getting to August. And so in October, like, oh shoot, we've missed 2 months. So I did a list kind of for both months and just did a side by side, August and September. And then what I did with my photos over here, the ones on the left were August, the ones on the right were September. So a couple of different versions, variations of an In the News. I started doing a separate In the News list a couple years ago because of this list. So this is my About Last Month. About Last Month I've been doing for about 3.5 years. So where every month I do photos and a list of things that happened during the month. Well, when I first started doing that, I was combining the news stuff in with this list. And it got way too, I mean, it didn't have enough room. So I decided, well, I'm going to continue to do this, but I'll separate out the news thing separately. So that's why we're doing the news now. So here we go. A couple things I always like to start out with when it comes to, before we start out with this list. News can be extremely polarizing. It can be extremely political. It can definitely be a downer. So when we do this list, I ask that there is that we keep it to just the facts. So when I am writing my list, it's just the facts. I'm not giving any commentary. I'm not talking about whether this was good or bad, or I can't believe this happened. Now, in some cases, I'll say I think this is awesome, but hopefully it's not. I mean, when I do, it's not political at all. Hopefully you don't take it as political. Like if the University of Utah beats Arizona State today, I'll say that's awesome, and it could be in my news. So it could be controversial, but it would just be controversial football. So that would be okay, right? But so I also ask in the chat that you guys you just refrain from any type of commentary on any of the news that's been happening, okay? One of the biggest questions that I get asked when it comes to doing this list is, well, where do you get all your news things? So for my process, I keep a running list on my phone. And as I hear things, when I'm kind of getting ready in the morning, today's show is always on in the background. So if I hear something or see something that sparks, something, I add it to my list on my phone. I get a couple of different daily news feed emails. And as those come through, I might see something and then I'll add it to the list on my phone until I'm ready to do this. In the Layle by Mail Facebook group is a link to a document, or there's a document, an attachment that I put together of a variety of different email news feeds that you could subscribe to. They're all free, and they range from left to right. So I tried to cover as many bases as I could. Fox, CNN, NPR, I mean, I've got all things. Then there's one called 1440 that apparently is pretty neutral. So there's lots of different news feeds that you can subscribe to. I put them out there as a service to anyone trying to come up with their news for the list. Because I added something you didn't want me to add on that list of news feeds, or because I omitted something that you wished I had added on that list of news feeds, please don't be offended. Again, I tried to cover as many bases as I could. When it comes to that list of sources, they're primarily US based, and that's just because that's where I live. So I'm not as familiar with the different news services that you might subscribe to if you're in another country. If you are outside of the US, then Google, and I'm sure you could find something. I think there is one on there that is international. Anyhow, so that's all the stuff blah, 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 I have to get out of the way before we are talking, okay? Because I want to be sensitive. We need to be sensitive to everyone's opinions and feelings and so forth. All right, so what I did here, I printed two different versions of the same photo. I used the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, the printer that we were talking about earlier that's on Screamin' Deal on Amazon right now. Linked in the description box of the video. You don't have to tell you that, so you know where to find it. I should also tell you, I don't get paid by Epson, but if you buy something from Amazon through one of my links, I get a little kickback. Just got to be totally transparent there. I wish that I got paid by Amazon or by Epson, because I'd have a lot of money from all the printers that you guys have bought. Anyhow, I used the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, and I used the app that goes with it. So I do all of this on my phone. The app is called the Epson Creative Print is a free app. Anyhow, the best thing about that app is it has pre-configured templates. These are pre-configured templates. So this is a pre-configured template. This is also a pre-configured template. So I pull it up and I go, oh, I think I'd like to do a 5x7 that has these, space for 8 horizontal or landscape photos on it. So I pull up that template, and then it has access to my camera roll, and then I just push the photos in that I want, and then I print it out. So that is one single photo. None of those are my photos, obviously. Taylor Swift and I are not best friends. I wish we were, but we're not. So all of these photos are from Google. So I just Google the things that are on my list, and then I pick what photos I want to use, and there you go. So I printed both sizes because I wasn't sure which one I wanted to use. Okay, so this will be a 2-page list for sure, because I'll have photos over here, and then I'll be doing my list over here. Normally I go with a larger photo, right? Normally I go with a 5x7 because I'm more or less filling up that entire left page or right page, depending on how I want to do it. But the reason I did a smaller photo today, I thought I might want to use this in the news at the top as a header with one of my little icons. So I think that's what I'm going to do. If I wanted to do not word strips, if I wanted to do like photo booth strips, okay, you know what I mean by that? Like back here, my about last month for October, those were my like photo booth looking strips. All I did there was print a full 5x7 and then cut it apart. So in this case, if I did that, I would have 2 photo booth strips. This was just a different configuration on a 5x7 and then cut them apart. So you can leave them whole. Obviously it's a photo, you can leave it whole. I could even cut it into like my own individual little squares if I wanted or what have you. But I will use this guy. Now, normally if it was just me, I would not print both of these out. I would kind of decide what I wanted to do and go, oh yeah, I'm for sure gonna need a smaller one. And then I would just print the smaller one out. But I printed the larger one out too, just because I think it's kind of helpful to think or see how someone thinks, right? So I kind of was thinking through that process and there we go. All right, so that'll be over here. I know for sure that I want to use this one. I know for sure I want to use that news because I love that. That was, that's kind of my driving reason for, that's what started it, right? That's what started back in, I didn't date that. Back in July, so this would have been July. Oh, Layle, I gotta go back. That's probably June in the news. In fact, I don't need to go back. I'm just going to do this. June 2023. Now I remember. That's why we date our list, right? That's why we date our list, so we know. All right, so I think I'll do news up here, and then I think I will do my little in the news up here with a little icon next to it. And then I will use a couple of these things throughout my list. So that's my plan. Couple things I need to be thinking about before I start. If I am stamping right here and I want to stamp with that news, that's a pretty large stamp and it has a lot of surface area, right? So it's going to make a big impression. Not only is it going to make a big impression by seeing it, but it's going to make a big stamped impression on the back side of this page. No matter what ink I use, and they're good quality inserts, the paper's good quality, but no matter what ink I use, there is going to be some shadowing or ghosting on the back side of this page. So I need to be thinking about that before I do anything. Before I do anything further, I need to be thinking about whatever I stamp here is going to ghost or shadow on the reverse of the page. So I always should go back to the page and go, is that going to cause me a problem on that list I just spent so much time making? And I will look at that and go, no, it's not going to cause me a problem because my pattern paper is covering up that page. So any ghosting or shadowing, I'm not going to see because paper's covering that. Now I can feel okay about stamping here, all right? So I'm good. Always, always, always check that, friends. Do yourself a favor. If you don't, people reach out all the time and go, oh my gosh, what do I do? Is there a way to fix this? Because they have their list here and they had their beautiful list here now that you can read news on the back side, right? So do yourself a favor. Always look. Always, always, always look. So I am going to use this stamp set. I need to condition it. It's a brand new stamp set, okay? I haven't used it. Brand new stamp set. So when you have a brand new stamp set, this is the most important thing that you can do. I don't know, I've been stamping for about 3.5 years maybe, and I wish someone had told me this. I mean, I've really been stamping 3.5 years. I tried to stamp years before and always hated it. Never liked the way it turned out. Come to find out that if there were a couple of things I had done right off the bat before I started using stamp, if I had known, it would have made all the difference in the world. Your stamps are not quite ready to be used when you get them out of the package. There is a very thin coating. You can't see it, it's invisible to the eye. Part of the manufacturing process. I don't know if this applies to red rubber stamps, but it definitely does your clear stamps. There is a very thin coating on your stamps that you need to remove. You can't just pick it off or peel it off. I'm not talking about that sheet, invisible to the eye. If you don't remove that before you start stamping, you will see, most likely, I just totally lost my, oh, sorry, totally lost my train of thought. You will see spaces, blotches in your stamp impression. Okay, so I need to find this page. So this particular stamp set, when I first started using it, I did not condition it first. So look at the 5. Do you see how the 5 is kind of blotchy right there? No, there's nothing wrong with this. People stamp that way all the time. I don't particularly care for it. I like my stamp to be nice and solid. My stamped impression to be nice and solid. So when I first stamped with the 5 right out of the package, see how it's kind of blotchy in there? I re-inked it and stamped again. Look at, now I have blotches in new areas. I re-inked it and stamped it the 3rd time. Look at all the blotches I have there. Re-inked and stamped for the 4th time, and now it is nice and solid. It's because I hadn't conditioned it yet. One of the ways that you can prime or condition your stamps is just that, by stamping. But notice how I'm stamping here in a test notebook. I didn't do that on my project. If I did that on my project, unless I meant to have a whole bunch of different 5s, it would look really odd. So I always test stamp in a separate notebook. And if you want to condition your stamps by just stamping first, stamp a bunch of times, re-ink in between each time until you get that nice solid impression if that's what you're looking for. So that's one way to do it. Some people say you can just take your stamp and do this, okay? Some people say you can just take your stamp and put it on your hand or your arm, and that will remove it. Now, I don't do that. I'm sure it works. If they say it works, I'm sure it works. But I always worry about all the soap and oil and lotion that I have on my skin. If you get that on your stamps, you need to really, really, really clean that off before you then start stamping. But that's another thing that you can do apparently. What I always like to do, I take a block eraser. I only use this for my conditioning my stamps. I don't use this for erasing pencil because I want to keep this clean. And I take that and I just lightly erase over the top of all of those stamps. And I do this to a stamp set right away. When I first get it, the first time before I use it, I will come in and I do all the stamps. It doesn't make sense to me to only do the stamp that you want to use at the time, because then you've got to do this every time and you're not sure if you've used it or conditioned it or not. So right out of the package, brand new stamp set. Now Colleen just left a comment. She said the coating is only on photopolymer stamps, but it's not acrylic stamps. Okay, good to know, Colleen. I wasn't sure if it was acrylic stamps. I knew it was photopolymer. Different processes, different, I think, material. I will tell you, there is a difference between an acrylic stamp and a photopolymer stamp when it comes to your stamping. There's also a difference in price because I guess it's more expensive to do photopolymer than acrylic. Definite difference in quality, for sure, difference in quality. Generally what you find is acrylic equals China equals lower quality. I'm not saying China equals lower quality. I'm saying an acrylic stamp made in China generally is lower quality, less detail. Things kind of, I don't want to say they blur a little bit, but just kind of get a little bit less crispness. Photopolymer stamps, for the most case, at least in my case, all the time, made in the USA, and that just process in how they're made, you get much better quality and finer quality in your stamps. So I have erased all of that. Now I'm cleaning that off. So I'm just using my little stamp chamois to clean that off. I want to clean that off because I don't want little eraser tailings on there, right? If I have my little eraser shavings or eraser tailings, they could affect the impression of my stamps, right? Because they're going to have those. So when I go to stamp something, it may not look right because there's little eraser pieces in it. After I do that, I need to dry it. I either need to dry it if I want to use it right away, or I need to set it off to the side to dry if I'm not ready to use it right away. I want to dry it very thoroughly. Even if it looks like it's dry, I want to make sure there's no moisture on that stamp at all. If there's any moisture and I am using a distress oxide ink or an ink that reacts with water, a water reactive ink, I don't want to do that unless I know what I'm looking for, because the ink will react with water. So I want to make sure fully dry. And I use a microfiber cloth because then it's not leaving any little fibers or hairs. So that process, that stamp is now ready to stamp with. That right there, I promise you, if you have not been a fan of stamping and you've not been conditioning your stamps, go back to stamping one more time and give it a try, because that will make a world of difference, I promise you. That's one of the things, like I said, I wish someone had told me. I had no clue. No clue that it's something that needed to be done. All right, so I'm going to use News. I know I want to use that. And I need to figure out a color. Now, I always have a hard time when I'm working with my in the news photos, because in the news photos always have a lot of blue. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the photos that I pick, but, well, a lot of times things that are in the news are political, and if you live in the US, our flag has blue in it, so that's why sometimes you see blue. But even there, the background behind Matthew Perry's blue. The United Auto Workers strike signs have blue in them. So I think what I'll end up doing is just using a blue. So the blue, let's see which blue I want to use. So I've pulled out my ink swatches. These are swatches that I made of all of my inks using the my Swatch This Inks stamp set. So that is a little 3x3 square. I pre-cut 3x3 squares and I stamp each color using that stamp. That way, when I'm looking for a color, I can just pull out my swatches. I don't have to get out all my little, ink containers and try to find the right blue. Other thing that you will find, and we'll go prize ribbon. Other thing that you will find is that depending on the ink, sometimes this color on the top is a different color, different shade than this color, because this is the ink. This is printed on, printed through a printer. So as close as they can get to the color, but sometimes that varies a little bit. So I always refer to my swatches. Cindy, it is. I last night released 7 new stamp sets. In the News 2 is one of them. So I thought I'd use In the News 2 today for our In the News list, because I haven't done In the News for October, because this is the first time in November that we've been meeting for doing an October list. All right, so news will come up here. All right. Let's take our ink. There's 2 ways you can apply your ink to your stamp. You can apply the ink to the stamp, or you can apply the stamp to the ink. I prefer to do ink to the stamp. That's just personal preference. But you can go either way. I need to make sure to get that fully covered. All right, want to get that fully inked up. And I want to test it, right? I want to test it, actually. That book is totally full. I'm going to get out this guy. Now, I walked around and let this dry a little bit, but let's try right here. So I'm testing to make sure, I'm testing to make sure, number one, it's the color that I like, but I'm also testing to make sure I don't have any weird spots in my stamp, like either where I did not get ink coverage, or whether I had a little piece of hair or lint, or in this case, I might not have conditioned that one little spot right there. See, in that W, there's a little spot. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. It would drive me crazy. So that's just me, my personal issues. But I don't want that there. So it's a nice thing that I test stamped that so I can identify any potential issues before I actually stamp on my project. All right, so I'm actually going to go in. I will stamp again. I can tell, let's see if that, all right, I can tell I've got something going on, because look at, in that same spot, you see there's a little whiteness? I'm going to do this. I'm going to stamp a bunch of this ink off first. And then I'm going to clean it again with my chamois because there's something on there in that W that is causing that. And so I don't want to have, that in the way. Now I did that with my chamois first because, I stamped off as much ink as I could first because just might as well instead of getting it all over my chamois. All right, let's see if that, where was it? It was on this part. Okay, now I need to go through that process again. I also have to dry it because just why we had to dry it before, I don't want any moisture on there. If I have any moisture on there, it is going to react. So let me show you an example of that. One of these guys, I want to say it's, I don't know if you'll be able to see this at all, but when this one was stamped, you can see, I don't know if you'll be able to see this on camera. You can kind of see in here the colors of that salvage patina are changing a little bit. It's a little bit more blue here and a little bit more green here. Nothing wrong with that, but that is where it's the stamp was damp, so it's kind of reacted with water a little bit. I don't know if you can see that, but that's why I want to make sure to fully dry, no moisture, or we run the risk of a little water reaction. Now, water reaction's not a bad thing if that's what you want. But if that's not what you want or what you weren't anticipating, then you might not be happy with the results, right? You might not be happy with the results. All right, I can already tell as I'm doing that, that spot is no longer there, but I still want to come back in and stamp just to test, okay? Cindy said, what? Time to shop. Hi, Cindy. Hello, everyone from Blue Springs, Missouri. Better late than not. All right. Okay, much better. So I don't have that little spot. Where was I? Okay, see the spot in my W? I'm now rid of the spot in the W and rid of the spot kind of in the S. So I feel like I'm ready to go. Am I good with the color? Yeah, blue is blue, but I like that color. That's a good one. That one is Prize Ribbon. And I have a very wide variety of stamps inks on my website. All right, so I am going to, really quickly, I'm going to pull off that little stamp right there. Okay, that has dimension. So I'm gonna put that off. I'll come right back and add it back on. Before I stamp, I want to do the next thing that will help set me up for success. I'm going to put a pencil board in between the pages that I'm stamping on right here. That creates a flat surface for me to stamp on. So that's what a pencil board is, okay? If I did not put a pencil board down right here, I can feel this is super lumpy bumpy. So there's some things going on here. There's even some pages underneath that have some dimension on them that when I stamp, it could cause a problem. Because I can't take this page out because I'm stamping directly on the page, I can help myself by putting a pencil board in there. Now that gives me a flat surface to stamp on. So we'll see. I still may run into a little bit of issues because I have some of these stickers overlapping. We'll see. And if it causes a problem, then we'll fix it. I'll show you how we can fix it if it does cause a problem. Because sometimes you can try to, what we're trying to do here is eliminate as many things from going wrong as possible. We may not be able to eliminate them all. And then if we can't, then we'll deal with them when they happen. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to pull this a little bit more closer to me so I can see. And I will stamp right there. Okay, I want to apply nice even pressure. For me, I only use clear acrylic stamping blocks because that way you can see where you're stamping, right? I want to apply nice even pressure because there's a lot of surface area to that stamp. All right, so I have a couple spots. Big spot there, big spot there. The reason I have those spots is because of what had happened underneath, right? I said I was worried about that because I have those little stickers underneath. It's just a little bit, in those cases, it prevented the ink from adhering because there was kind of a low spot on the back side. All right, so we'll fix that in one sec, but I'm going to come back to here and get most of the ink off of the stamp. Just by stamping it. I mean, I suppose you could try to restamp it. That for me in that case, I wouldn't do that, but you could try. I know what would happen if I tried. It would be off, and then I'd be unhappy, and then I'd be putting a piece of paper over the top of that, which, I mean, all is not lost. If you really messed up or dropped the stamp or something like that, you could just stamp on another piece of paper and put a whole sheet over that. All right, so now what we need to do is I want to fill in those little spots. So I can grab a couple of different things to do that. Hang on. Hold these. Okay, so I have pulled out a very fine, actually that's not fine enough, hang on. We need, oh Mickey, you're so fine. There we go. A fine tipped paintbrush or a Q-tip. In this case, I'm going to use a fine tip brush. So what I'm going to do, I'm not applying any water to this. No water, okay? No water, dry brush. I'm just going to pick up some ink on that paintbrush, and I can just come in here and kind of paint those spots. Just fill them out a little bit, all right? And it won't be perfect, but it's going to fill in a lot of those spots where the ink was missing. Like that. So I'm just basically painting those in. And I think I need a different brush. So I won't continue doing this right now, but you get the gist. I need to pull out a different brush that has a little bit more structure to it, because these little guys are just kind of, I have enough of a surface area that I'm trying to paint in here that I need a little bit more surface area on my brush. All right, so I will come back as I continue doing this. I will come back and finish this later, and we'll take a look next Saturday at kind of how that turns out. But you can see how I'm just slowly filling in those I'm slowly filling in those spaces. All right, and there we go. I do want to just wipe that off really quick. Oh, good. Gabby just got her happy mail. I know she's funny. She posted she posted a little story on Instagram yesterday that she was stuck in the mailman, even though she knew it wasn't coming yesterday. I'm glad you got it, Gabby. Okay, so here we go. There's that part. Now we want to do this guy over here, I thought. So with this in the news, and then I think this little typewriter. So this little typewriter, does that work for it? Oh, it does. Okay, hold on. I got to show you guys something else that's new. Look at the stamping block. That's a new product on my website too. That is a 1 and I think it's 1 5/8. 1.625 inches wide, round, clear acrylic stamping block. I think that is the part that's 5/8. Laser polished smooth. So little teeny tiny guy, but look at, now start to look at your little things here. There's your little stylus. Then you've got like baby, small, medium, large. Well, large is even small. Okay, so I'm pulling the typewriter. With the typewriter, I think I will do, well, we might as well just keep going with the blue here. I guess we'll keep going with that blue theme. So we need our stamping book again. And let's stamp the blue. Oh, I have blue paint on my fingers, so we need to get that off. Either have like a wet paper towel with you when you're stamping, or baby wipes, because you get ink on your fingers. You don't want to transfer that ink to your project, right? I don't want blue fingerprints all over my project. So put that guy off to the side, and let's ink up this little stamp. The small blocks are awesome. Yeah, I mean, and you know what? That's an example of having the right tool for the job, right? I can see there. All right, I'm gonna stamp this way, even though I can see it's there, I'm gonna stamp and show you. I could see that I had, look at, there's like a little piece of lint right there on those little metal parts of the typewriter. I guess those are kind of the keys, huh? Those are the buttons, those are the keys. So there's a little piece of lint. I need to get that off. I can really see it there. But that is why you want to test before you stamp. Because if I had not tested that first, I would have ended up, I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? But I would have ended up with that kind of weird little hole in my typewriter. So this is going to be a really good example of what a photopolymer stamp can do for you in terms of detail, how fine the detail. Let me stamp this again. But look at that. Look at those little teeny lines of the typewriter key. You can actually even see the little teeny lines on that little carriage return dial. Can you guys see that? Lots and lots of really fine detail. And that's one of the benefits of a photopolymer stamp is you can get really fine detail in there like that. Oh yeah, good, you can see it. Okay, so we know that's good. Actually, before I do that, I should probably adhere this so I know what's going where. In the news. Okay, so I want this to be right about where that staple is. What are you guys doing this weekend? Like, what's on your agenda for the rest of the day? Are you working? Are you playing? Are you, decorating for the holidays? I mean, I know some of you say, oh, it's too early. Tomorrow I will be decorating for the holidays because our son Jack is coming for Thanksgiving. Jack and his girlfriend's dad are coming for Thanksgiving on Wednesday. So I thought, well, I might as well do that, right? I might as well do that. Okay, so I set all that up just to make sure that I liked where everything was going to go. So I know where this guy should go now. I've got my placement. Bye, Louisa. Oh, I keep getting blue all over me. When we talk about like your stamping blocks, if you need to go with your lowest common denominator, and what I mean by that is you have to have your stamping block. If you're only going to have one stamping block, it has to be big because it has to cover all the sizes of your stamp. And if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do, right? But if you can get some varying sizes of stamping blocks, it will make your life so much easier because the smaller the block you want for the smaller the stamp, right? If I was using a giant stamping block for this, it would work, but it's going to be a little bit harder for me to do because I'm using a larger block for that small stamp. So they'll have a lot of extra block around the stamp itself, and it might make it a little bit harder for me to get a nice even impression like that. Oh, love that stamp. That's so fun. That is so fun. That's the first time I've used it, friends. I mean, other than testing it, but that is the first time I used it. Yay, I love it. I love it. It makes me happy. Now, typewriter. Why typewriter? Well, back in the day, they used to type the news for the newspaper, right? So we need icons for our stamp sets, so why not have a typewriter? Another one that would have been fun there is that little guy like that, news. And then these are really fun too. All these little icons, like there's a TV, there's a newspaper, there's kind of like a little chat that could be like Twitter, or I guess X, formerly known as Twitter or whatever it's called. Your little computer, your iPad, your little world, your phone, anyhow, little microphone if you listen to podcasts. So lots of different little icons to play with for your in the news. All right, now we're gonna do this guy, but we haven't tested him yet. I'm gonna test him next. Like so. Okay. Gabby was going to fly to Northern California to visit her daughter, but had to cancel since she got sick. I'm sorry, Gabby. Sorry to hear that. Is Jack cooking? So Wanda, we always go to my mother-in-law's, Nick's mom's house for Thanksgiving. So and we always bring the rolls. So Jack will not be cooking for Thanksgiving, but he will be cooking for Friday night. Don't know yet. Don't know what yet. He and Nick will figure that out when they get there. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Love that. So you could just leave as is. So that's how I will use it. I'll leave as is, but you could also color it in too if you wanted it. Let's see. Susan said she's packing to go see her grandbaby, 8 weeks old, going to travel Atlanta, the busiest airport in the world on the busiest travel day of the year. Woo! I have faith in you and confidence in you, and I know you, Susan. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Sarah said she always cooks. This year, close friends in the UK will be here too. Oh, that sounds fun. Very fun. All right, so let's do a little controversy here. Not news related, but pipe up in the chat. Is it too early for you, in your opinion, because that's all it is, right? Your opinion, to be decorating for the holidays? And when I say holidays, I mean Christmas. I don't mean Thanksgiving. Oh, I need to put that guy back. Is it too early in your opinion? Remember, I'm just asking for your opinion, so you can say. In the news, we'll go right there. Tabby says dinner with the family at my daughter-in-law's family. Tabitha says not too early. Gabby says never too early. Marilee's starting to get the house ready, hosting Thanksgiving. Girls will be here Tuesday, Wednesday. Very good. Wanda's cooking for our family of 5, and then on Saturday meeting up with my mom and family going to eat at a steakhouse. Oh, nummy. Okay, there we go. So there's kind of 2 different ways. I mean, obviously I use them together, but 2 different ways to vary up your in the news list if you are doing in the news lists. Let's see. Marilee says our Christmas tree comes after Thanksgiving. Tammy says not until the day after Thanksgiving. So Tammy, that'd be me too. Usually it'd be me the day after Thanksgiving, but Jack and his girlfriend and girlfriend's dad will be here, and so I just know it won't happen the day after. It won't happen that weekend until they leave, and then it'll be crazy time trying to get all the Black Friday orders out, and then you're like, I don't know what. Then it's like well into the first week of December, and then yeah. So anyhow, that's my plan. That is my plan. Scrapbook Sister said not too early. Oh, Gabby, that's fun. Gabby had a bourbon tasting party the other night. She put some Christmas stuff out in the kitchen. Very good. Tracy will wait until after Thanksgiving, but totally understands decorating while the temps are warmer. Kimberly, what a great way to put it. She said, no, not too early. Always great to see something to make you smile. Christmas makes you smile, right? So I remember well during the pandemic, there were people who, no judging, left their Christmas decorations up a really long time, like well into the following year, like months into the following year. You know what? Whatever you need, whatever makes it so that you can be happy, then you should do it, right? Who cares what people say? Who cares what people say, right? They're not the boss of you. Okay. Okay, there we go. We're just doing a little separator there. Now, before I start my list, I do feel like I want to do a couple things like just mixed in. Like this one, who, what, where, when, why, how. My thought there was that I could just do something like that maybe over here, okay? But I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it like right even with this row of photos. I want to kind of alter it a little bit, so we'll put that there maybe. I think we're good over here because that's just vellum, so I don't think we'll run into the same problem that we did. Feel okay about that. Oh, blue on my fingers still. Anne said, I don't think so. However, others think it is Thanksgiving weekend. Stacy, oh, I don't need to give a hint. There's Black Friday. Every year I do it. Every year, the last 4 years. It will start Wednesday night and it will go through Monday. New stamps will not be in sale. New, you don't need to worry about, oh my gosh, I just brought a new collection. Is she going to put it on sale? I don't do that. So, all the stamps will be there. You can still order them. The bundles will still be there like they are now, but there'll be different bundled product. There'll be some tools. I shopped for some really fun, American crafts tools. So there'll be some tools, not like hammers, but like crafting tools. There'll be some traveler's notebooks, not mine. By rule, I would never put something on sale that everybody just bought. So, but some really fun things. So that will start Wednesday. I'm not sure. I think Wednesday night. I got to look and see what I did last year. It'll start like Wednesday around, I don't know, 6 or 7 p.m. There'll be an email that goes out about it on Monday once I write the email. But stay tuned. Yeah, some really fun things. And I can always add to an order. So if you're like, ooh, I want to order something this weekend, but then what about Black Friday? Before your order ships anymore, I always check to see if you have multiple orders. So then you don't, have to pay shipping twice. So you can shop to your heart's content now or then or both or whatever you need to do. Whatever works for you. All right. Let's do that one. This is a set of blocks that I have on my website too. So really, if it was me, that's probably what I use most often these days. So that new stamping stylus or the original, either one. This guy is brand new. That's my new little 1.625 inches wide. And then you have those two. And then you have those two. So that's a good assortment. Now, I have a bigger one because sometimes you have to go bigger. But I'd say those are probably the ones that I use most often for sizing. Okay, here we go with this little guy. Who, what, when, where, why. The 5 W's, right? Oh, there's 6. Oh, no, there's a how. There's a how. So that's not really the 5 W's. It's a 5 W's and an H. Okay, there we go. Now, on this guy, I am going to do black because oh my gosh, I just did that backwards. That's my migraine medication. Makes me loopy. So just know that I know I did that backwards. But that would also be why you test, because that would have made a big giant mess. All right, I'm going to do this in black because my list will be in black. All right, so I don't really want the blue to kind of stand out there. We'll see. We shall see. Bring this guy back in. Whoopsie, there went the pencil board. Pencil board is one of my products too. Pretty much, you guys, everything I do, all the products that I release are pretty much just, they say necessity is the mother of invention, right? Oh, I love it. Look at that. Who, what, when, where, why. Who, what, where, when, why, how. So pencil board, Nancy Golison had made me a chipboard one years ago. And then people were asking about pencil boards and what's a pencil board and how do I make one? And I tell people how to make one and they'd say, well, can I just buy one? And I said, well, I guess I better make one so you can buy one. All right. Get that nice and inked up again. And I think we'll do this guy right about here. Lovely. And I feel like we might need, let's just see, let me clean that guy off. Maybe something, maybe right down here-ish. Let's look what else we might want to do there. Monthly highlights. Let's do monthly highlights. Will it fit on this guy? I don't know, we'll try it. I think it will. Looks like it will. We gotta keep bobbling. Sorry I have to keep moving these things in and out, guys, but always, always, always test. I never, ever, ever stamp without testing. And if I do, I get mad because I'm like, yeah, that's why I test, because look at what was there. Or it has that little weird spot in it, or I don't know, whatever. Always good to test. Yep. Okay. Move that out. Make sure I know what I'm doing here. I get a little loopy post migraine, or kind of in the middle. I don't know, it's weird. It's like, I don't know. It's just weird. Okay. I don't know where it came from. Out of the blue. Out of the blue. Well, they usually come out of the blue, but. All right, so we'll do this little guy down here. My monthly highlights. Oopsie, I just made it crooked. It's a little bit crooked. I can see that as I was going down, but that's okay. Just a little bit. You'll never notice when I write all my words next to it. All right. I'm going to clean those off just because they're black and I don't want to accidentally put my hand in them. And then we'll put them back on the sheet. I don't need to dry them off right now because if I'm not using them right away, I don't need to worry about cleaning them off, right? I don't need to worry. I mean, I cleaned them. I don't need to dry them. Okay, I think we're ready to start. I am ready to start my list. So I transferred the list from my phone of things over the month, and I have it here in my little handy dandy notebook. That's the wrong day. Here we go. In the news, October. Okay, so these are just things that I have identified to put on my list. They don't mean anything. They're not political in one or the other. I mean, they are. They're just things that were very newsworthy throughout the month. All right. Oh yes, there's one last thing I need. I need a little bullet. I need a little bullet stamp because I need something to separate. I need something to separate. Let's look. Do we have something on the new one we might want to use? Oh, look at this. So this is Bulletin More 3. Look at the bottom. Look at there's a little half mouse ear, the little stack of books, a little camera. There's some really fun things here. I think what I might use, how about if I could use the check mark, or I could use, I don't know, I'm thinking I might want to use this little star. This little star. So star is where I get out my little stamping stylus. Okay. So it's a circle, solid circle with a star inside. Oh yes, that's fun. We'll use that one. Okay, now we are ready. Now we are ready to rock and roll. Okay, first thing on my list. President Trump fraud trial in NYC. Accused of inflating his net worth for favorable loan terms. Next little bullet. Kevin McCarthy removed as Speaker of the House, and Mike Johnson elected. What the heck was that? Next little bullet. It was a heavy month in October. I can say that. Oh, I got it. I got it, Colleen. 1234. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can say heavy, right? That's not controversial. I can say October was a heavy month in the news in some cases. Israel declares war after Hamas attack. Ooh, I'm gonna run into, let's see what happens here when I do this. I got one little word here. How about if we say, oh, this will fit. UAW, the United Auto Workers strike ended. Needed just something little to fit in there. Oh, Taylor Swift hits, what did I say? Billionaire with the B. Billionaire status. Whether you like it or not, you got to say that's a pretty impressive thing, right? Actually, I should not do any commentary. No commentary, Layle. There was another mass shooting in Maine. I mean, I shouldn't say another because I don't know if there was one in Maine in the past, but just more of another mass shooting. All right, mass shooting, Taylor Swift, AW. Okay, Simone Biles. Simone Biles. I got to put something there because now I've got a big hole. Simone Biles wins her 22nd gold medal at the Gymnastics World Championship. Now, she didn't win 22 there, but that's just how many that she has won. Let me see her. Linda May said, if you haven't had the time to decorate, get her done. Get her done. Nancy, hi Nancy from New Zealand, early Sunday morning. Nancy, say hi to Sam. Sam is still there. Sam is coming home on Monday. Well, actually, he probably leaves Sunday. He probably leaves tomorrow. Actually, it is tomorrow, so he's probably leaving. I don't know how that all works, but he will get home here on Monday afternoon. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. Oh my gosh, speak of the devil. That's so funny. He's trying to FaceTime me right now. Hang on. Really quick, guys. Oh, no. Ah, no. Okay, I don't know if I'm still there, you guys. Hang on. I don't know if I'm still here. Can you still see me? Oh, I hope so. Sam, hang up. I don't know how to hang up. Hold on, friends. Hold on. Hey, Nan? Yeah? Sam just trying to FaceTime me. Okay, I hope I'm still there, guys. Hang on. Hold on. Am I still here? Oh, I'm still here. That's so funny. Sam just tried to FaceTime me. Try to FaceTime him. Okay, I'm glad you guys, how weird was that? Like literally I'm talking about Sam being in New Zealand and he FaceTimes me. That's funny. Anyhow, yes, he's still there. He's having the time of his life and coming home soon. And I know what he's going to tell us when he comes home, that he wants to move there. And yeah, it's like, you know, he's 23. He's now had a really awesome vacation in a really awesome place. And now he thinks he wants to move there. So it's like, well, Sam, that's probably not going to work out right now for you. So anyhow, those are it's going to be one of those parental discussions that we have to have that will be interesting. Anyhow, we were talking about Simone Biles. So there we go. Let's see where we are next on my list of things in the news. All right. Next up on my list of in the news. Oh, okay. Like them or not, it's still sad. Matthew Perry and Suzanne Summers. Oopsie. There's supposed to be an N. I'm in a Z there. Sorry. Suzanne Summers passed away. It is time for a new Sharpie. I am using a felt tip, and the felt tips, obviously, after a while, after so much use of the felt tip, just starts to wear down to a little nub. You can tell that my Sharpies are, hang on, let me see, I should have a backup here. Maybe. Okay, no backup upstairs. It's okay. I'll still keep using one of these. I just need to replace. Yeah, because they're both getting pretty low. Okay, moving right along here. Okay, earthquake in Afghanistan with 1,500 deaths plus thousands injured. All right, I think that I am done with the things that I had put on my short list. So what I'm going to end up doing, not right now because the list is on my phone and my phone is right there. I will go back to my long list on my phone and finish off that list later. So next week, we'll take a look at how I kind of filled in the rest of the little spots there and then how I finished my list. But there is in the news for the month of October. Oh, yes, I need to. So the plan was for this stamp. Maybe I'll put this one down there right now. So with this little guy, I won't do it centered, and I'll just do it on part of it. And then I'll fill in the rest as I finish the list later. So let me just use this one really quick. So this was a thought on this one, because we need to add the month, right? So we remember what the month is. That this little box, you could stamp and then write the month in that little space. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll come down here. I feel like I've got ink everywhere on my fingers. This is not going to be centered. I don't want it centered, so. I feel like I bobbled that a little bit. Oh, just a little. Okay, so when I say I bobbled it, you see right there how it just got a little wonky? That's because I bobbled it when I went to stamp. That's all right. That's okay. Not everything's perfect, right? And that's part of when you're stamping, that's part of what you get. So if you're not okay with having little blips like that because you don't quite get it stamped 100%, then either practice more or get okay with it or decide, yeah, maybe stamping's not for me. But I love stamping. I love it, love it, love it. All right, so now let me put this little guy back on his sheet so I don't lose him. And then we'll be ready. I'll write in October and then we'll be ready to move on to our next list. Oh my gosh, it feels like we've been doing this forever already, doesn't it? That was for October 23. Okay, so there we go. 2 lists. Woo, Nelly. All right, next up. This one is Things I'll Never Do Again. Okay, Things I'll Never Do Again. How are we doing, everybody? 12:43, are we hanging in there? Are we hanging in there? Everybody's still, well, I guess everybody's still here is still here. If you're not here, then you can't respond. All right, let me just clean up some of these things real quick, and then we will move on to our next list. The next list, as I said, is Things I'll Never Do Again. So, one of the lists that we did last week, Things I Avoid, I mentioned that topic I saw on my friend Susan Opal's Facebook page. This is another one. It was all in the same post. She said, it was things I'll avoid, things I'll never do again, and there was one more thing, I don't remember what it was. But I thought, oh my gosh, Things I'll Never Do Again is another great listing topic, right? So, Things I'll Never Do Again. These could be good things, these could be bad things, right? It just kind of depends on, let me just get those out of the way for a bit. Depends on how you want to write it. So last night, Nick and I had date night. Okay, I've been traveling so much. Whoopsie. I've been traveling so much. He's been traveling so much. And we tried to. One of the things that was on my list that I wanted to focus on this year was Dating, like dating my husband, going on more dates, just so we kind of spend time together. And so we went on a date last night, and at the end of the date, we went and drove to an overlook, so you can kind of overlook all of Salt Lake City, and we were talking about one of the topics for my listing today, and that topic was things I'll never do again. So a topic like this, I think this is a great conversation starter. We're going out to dinner tonight with two other couples, friends of ours that we've all been great friends since college. All three of the guys were fraternity brothers, and two of the three of us girls were sorority sisters. So we've just literally known them, like 30 years, really long time. So I thought while we're at dinner, or whether while we're having, wine or drink before dinner, that I would bring up this topic because I think it can be a really interesting conversation starter. So things I'll never do again. I am using products from Vicky's Discover and Create collection. Oh my gosh, I love this collection so much. That is what you saw kind of on my flat lay as everything was laid out in the what am I saying? The flat lay in the photo. Flat lay in the photo. Like if you saw it on the email or saw it on the blog, that was the product in the flat lay, or some of the product. So I had pulled out different paper from the paper pad, and I had pulled out, hang on, I'm just going to put these little guys away because we don't need these cluttering up our space. I had pulled out some paper and stickers. I have no idea in my head what this is going to look like. Sometimes I sketch out ahead of time, like look there's my little sketch of in the news. Kind of looked like that, right? This one is actually the film strip goes on the last list. So this list, totally blank. Not really sure what I'm going to do. I mean, I know what I'm going to say on it, but I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. So we'll just kind of play. I thought this collection was so perfect for this list because it is one of those collections that does not have a theme to it, right? No theme, beautiful colors, beautiful. I love like that, the there and the then on those two stickers. All of that, this here. This I thought was an interesting one. Proud of how far you have come. This could work really well for a list like this, depending on which way you're going with your list. Like, these are things you'll never do again. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you've been in an abusive relationship, a romantic relationship, a friendship, any kind of a parent-child relationship. Maybe you've been in an abusive relationship. And it can be emotionally abusive, whatever it is. But maybe that's something on your list. You will never again be in an in an abusive relationship. That could be something on your list. Proud of how far you have come could definitely work for many things on your list. So I thought, might use that. We'll see. That could work. I loved this paper. I mean, this is such a good, rainbow, such a good horizontal mix of colors. Wanda, I do. Yep. Everything I'm using today, I sell on the website. So just go to laylebymail.com, click on what's new, and you will see the new stamps. You'll see Life is a Party. You'll see the alphabet stickers that I was using. You'll see then Discover and Create. So absolutely have it. Okay, so if we did something like this, I really like the butterflies, but the problem with the butterflies is I am using a 6x8 paper pad, and our inserts are standard wide, so they are 5x8.25. So height-wise, it's perfect. Height-wise, it leaves me a nice little border all the way around. But width-wise, this is too wide, right? So normally when I'm using a piece of 6x8 paper, I can just trim it down like this and it would be fine. This is a little bit harder to trim down because I would end up trimming into some of those butterflies. So there are a couple of things I could do if I want to use this paper. Number one, I could just split it right here. I could split it right here and just use that paper. I just totally came up with what I'm going to do. I got it. Okay. So I will use this collection for this list. I will also end up using this collection for the list on the next page. That will not be a list we do today. We'll probably come back next week and do another list on this page using this collection. The reason why I'm going to use the same collection for both of these lists is because I am going to use this piece of paper. Oh, I need a trimmer. We haven't needed a trimmer until now. Oh, I'm excited about this. Okay. So I am going to cut this paper in half. Now, if you wanted to use this paper and you didn't want to cut it in half, there's a couple of other ways. If you wanted to use it in your traveler's notebook that you could use it. You could, actually I do need to cut it in half. Okay. You could just fussy cut out some of these butterflies and use the butterflies on their own, right? But what I am going to do, actually, even though that's even, I wish I had cut that differently because, oh well, it's fine. It's fine. No one's going to care. It just has a little bit of extra on that edge. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take this page and I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut it and then I'm going to adhere this to the cut page. So it's going to be just like a partial little page and that will be there. And then the other half will be on the other side. All right. So we'll put this guy here. I'm going to adhere it first and then cut it. Yes, here we go. Let's see. Wanda's still here and hanging in there. I can't remember if I already read that. Literally the migraine hangover, the loopiness is real. I promise you. Nancy, I love it. She said, still here in Keena's mustard. I've never heard that. Tammy said, all good. Keep coming, girl. I'm doing it. Nancy said, going great with my second cup of coffee and halfway through my 1 liter water bottle. Good for you. Virginia agrees. She thinks the collection's amazing. Where did she say she is in the news links? Tammy, on the Facebook group, Layle by Mail Facebook group. So you should be able to go there and search in the Facebook group using a little magnifying glass for in the news, and you should see it. You might see it under media, maybe. All right, so here we go. I know, maybe I need some more caffeine. Maybe I should, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see if Nick can get that for me. Deborah, if you're still here, I need to use my my squirrel bell. He might be FaceTiming though, so I better not do that. Hang on. Nick?
Yes.
Can you get me one of those caffeine drinks out of the fridge? Thank you.
What?
Can you get me one of those caffeine drinks out of the fridge in the garage? Okay, he's getting it. All right. Okay, so I just adhered that side. Now I need to trim this. So let's come in and figure out how we can. Actually, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this self-healing cutting mat and I am going to take do I have one here? Oh, I do. Metal ruler. If you wanted to do this without pulling all these things out, you could probably figure it out with your trimmer. I didn't want to mess with it. Or you could take a ruler, make a line, and then cut. But what I'm going to do is this. I am going to line this up.
Was out there.
Oh, I didn't want to. That's exactly what I wanted, honey. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick sip of my caffeine drink. You guys ever had these? This is not okay. This is no plug. I promise you. Oh, hey, I have a migraine. Hey, if you have a no, this is no plug. But Lily, who works for me, she gets these at Costco, so she brought me some. But this Zao, I don't know, Zao Energy. I don't know. It just has lots of caffeine in it, and it has like 10 calories. So I'm going for the caffeine. I'm going in. All right, but I will move it off my table. Okay. All right, off to the corner. Okay, so yes, now what I was saying is, I am going to line up. I am going to line that up. Line both of those lines up. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to make sure that those lines are even, but those, I don't want that one. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, please. Oh, please. This one. Here we go. This one will be better because I'll be able to see the lines on here. This, talk about an oldie but a goodie. That's how long I've been around. A long time. All right. This one will be better because I'll be able to see where my little marks are. That's what I was trying to do, was line up. Oh my gosh, can't do that either. Oh well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I just want to do this and use this as my guide and get out my little, What's funny is I'm trying to make this so it's nice and even, and you know what's going to happen? It would have been better off if I just drew a line and cut it. Sorry, I'm not functioning, people. I mean, I am functioning, but I'm not. The brain is not functioning right now. That's okay. It's okay. Let's just try that and see how that works for us so we can at least see if it's straight. It's not straight. I think that's going to be better. There we go. Okay. So now I need my craft knife. Okay. So here we go. And now I will cut that paper off on that line. Whoopsie. And I will cut that paper off on that line. There we go. Okay. That's what I wanted it to do. Good. Okay. So now I have my little page there, and then I'm going to turn this over and put my other half page here. Like so. And then next week, when we do another list, we will have another list using this same collection over here. All right. Actually, I know what we could do. So this could be things I'll never do again. And then over here, this could be things I want to do again. How about that? That works. No, you're not silly. Wanda said, I don't drink energy drinks, afraid of them. Haha, I'm so silly. Not at all. All right, so I think we'll use this one here. All right, so that guy I need to trim down to 4 3/4. The reason I'm trimming to 4 3/4, the inserts that I use are standard wide. So they are 5 by 8.25. So my 6 by 8 pad is 8 inches tall. Book is 8.25, so a quarter inch shy. So if I trim this to 4 3/4, it's 5 inch wide the book. Then I have a nice even border all the way around. Capiche? Okay, now I need a corner rounder. And that will be interesting. I still have yet to unpack, oh no, there we go. I did unpack that part. I still have some things I haven't unpacked from my last trip last weekend, but it looks like most of my tools I did, so that's good. All right, so I'm just rounding those 2 outside corners. And I rotated, actually in the pad, that was the top, but I rotated it this way so it goes light to dark. If I did it this way, it seems like it's too top heavy. That's why I did that, if you were wondering. All right, so now this will end up going here, and I'll do my list on top of some white cardstock on top of here. I would pretty much have to do my list on top of something. I really couldn't do it right here. And this is the reason why. What we were talking about before. Do you see the shadowing and ghosting? I have shadowing and ghosting from the in the news and the typewriter that has come through to the other side. Am I still there? Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm about 10 seconds delayed, or no, now it's like 20 seconds delayed. Anyhow, so shadowing and ghosting, so I pretty much have to do that, which I'm good with, because I wanted to use pattern paper there. All right, what I am going to do here though is, I am going to, I think, outline this little guy. my little half sheet there. So it's almost as if I did a tip in, but I didn't have to like use washi and then take anything away, or not take anything away, but put something in. I just took part of it away to give that same look. Which is a lot of fun because it's kind of unexpected, right? And then whatever I do over here will have to coordinate with that, which is totally good. All right, so now for the list. I need white cardstock. So, ooh-wee, white cardstock. Where are you? All right. Let's see. Nancy said, great idea for a double-sided list. That little butterfly divider paper is super cute in between. Yeah. So that way it was kind of, I mean, either we would have to trim off too far to use it on a full page, or we'd have to fussy cut it. So it's kind of a fun way to figure out how we could use a paper like that we might think we might not be able to use in a little bit of a narrower base, like a traveler's notebook. All right, so let's do, I want to make sure I have lots of color here. But I don't want to get too much there because then it will look weird with that up top. So I'm going to say that we probably want to do, I bet this is going to end up being 4 by 7 1/4. That's my guess. Let's see if I'm close. Just shy of 4. It's actually probably more like, I don't know what that is. A little bit shorter than 4. 4 by 7 1/4. It's almost dead on 7 1/4. So that's what the cardstock is going to be for my list. Let's just say just call it 4 by 7 1/4. That will go there. Now, I feel like I would like to bring in a little bit of color on this. But like on this part, like ink the edges. But before I know what I want to do that with, I need to be thinking about my title. My title is Things I'll Never Do Again. So, I know what I'm going to do. I wanted to be thinking about this one. Remember, this one will say Things I'll Do Again. This will say Things I'll Never Do Again. So I'll do, I think I'll have something that looks like this. I'm over here, but this is reversed. So, Things I'll Never, Things I'll Do Again. And this will have to be Never Do Again. Okay? So, this side will be Things I'll Never Do Again. This side will be Things I'll Do Again. All right, Things I'll Never Do Again. So, Things I'll will be small and then Never Do Again. So, I need to be thinking about Never Do Again and what Never Do Again looks like. I really do not have, I'm just trying to figure it out in my head, friends, because what if I did this? What if I did Never Do Again, and this one says Do Again, right? So this one will be stacked, Never Do Again, and this will say Do Again. I think what I want to do is use Reggie Alpha for my, I think I'll stamp it. Unless, actually, what if we go back to this? Because these would be fast. These would be fast. Do Again and Never Do Again. So let's look and see what we might use. I really like that color. No. Let me look at this page. So I could use do again here on this page. This page, I feel like I either need to use a yellow or an orange, right? Because we need to kind of tie in with the butterflies, a yellow or an orange. So that would be up here, yellow or an orange. I don't know, I feel like yellow. We're gonna do yellow. All right, I had to figure that out since we've kind of got the same thing going on over here. So if this is yellow, then I probably want to pull in a yellow to ink that, I'm thinking. So, grab that. We'll grab my swatches again. Oh my gosh, it's getting a little crazy in here. I needed a reset in between. All right, so yellow. Let's look at the yellow that we want to pull and try to see something that's similar-ish. That. Fossilized amber. Mustard seed. Mustard seed, I think, is a little too dark for that. I think we want to use fossilized amber. So let's grab fossilized amber. Anyhow, I can't remember if I continued this train of thought again. Apologize, like the loopiness is, again, I'll say it. Loopiness is real. Okay, there's that. If we talked about, if I finished my train of thought, wow, Layle. Oh, Lordy. If I finished my train of thought from when Nick and I, after our date night last night, at the end when we went and drove and kind of were overlooking the city, and we were talking about this and the things I'll never do again. And then we struck up a conversation about things that would be on his list, things that he will never do again, things that are on my list or would be on my list of things that I'll never do again. So I'm curious, what, if you were doing the list with me, tell me, and even if you're not doing the list with us, what would be something that would be on your list that you would never do it again? You'll never do again. And it doesn't have to be bad. I mean, it doesn't have to be like, I will never let a toxic person in my life again. No, that's not necessarily bad. That's good that you're never going to do it again, right? That's good you're never going to do it again. But it can be, I'll never have babies again. Like, I will never have children again because physically I am beyond child rearing years and I am going through or gone through menopause. So I will never have kids again. So, I mean, that's not a bad thing. And it's not like I'm crying in the corner because I'll never have kids again, but that's just kind of what happens at this stage of life. So, what would be on your list? What is something that you will never do again? It was, Nick and I enjoyed the conversation because, you know, I always do this stuff, right? I'm always making lists of different things like that, but it was fun to kind of get his input of things that he will never do again. Pamela said, get married, twice is enough for me, but I am his, third time's a charm. I love that. That's a good one. That's fun. That is fun. All right. So all I did was I just came in and kind of softened the edges of that white a little bit, right? So now it kind of just blends in a little bit more. So that's what it would look like softened like I did, inking the edges. And then that's what it would look like without. So, right. It just kind of helps to kind of bring everything together. So that's what I did with my little foam blending tool there. Things I'll never do again. I have a good sized list going. Betty, you nailed it for me. That's one of the things on my list. Betty wrote, camp in a tent. I will never camp in a tent again. Once you go from camping in a tent to camping in an RV that has a nice bed and a shower and a bathroom and a nice mattress and heat or air conditioning or whatever it is you need at the time. Yeah, I will never camp in a tent again. Now, some of these can be like, if I can help it, right? If I can help it. Kimberly said, I have no desire to snow ski again. I got hurt the first time. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a bummer, right? You know, probably a lot of people, first time things that if it wasn't a good experience that will never happen again, right? Oh, Tammy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tammy said, get a kiss. That's make me cry. Get a kiss and a hug from my husband. He was my high school sweetheart and he passed away 7 years ago. Oh, Tammy, I'm so sorry. That's hard, right? There are things that could definitely be hard on a list like this. Cindy Keaton wrote, I will never smoke again. That is on my list too. 7 years. 7 years ago, I quit. I will never smoke again. Right? So there are some good things that can be on your list, right? There are some good things. All right. So how did I lay that out? And I will just tell you, I have to acknowledge this. It's very difficult to like, and Tammy, I'm so glad you shared that. I always feel very odd when I read something like that and we're kind of, talking about something like that. And then I have to just switch gears. So I will acknowledge that is very awkward. For me, not in a bad way for you, Tammy. Nothing to do with you, Tammy, at all. It's just I always feel really weird about that when when somebody shares something like that, and then I've got to be like, no, never smoking. I mean, it's just kind of changing the channel it always feels really disingenuine, and it's not. It is not disingenuine at all. Okay, so never do again. Never do again. All right, what do I want to use? Oh, I better make sure I have enough though. Although I could mix things if I needed to, right? Never, 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 never. I think it looks like I'll have more of these of anything. So we'll start with these. And what I'm going to do is, I can't believe I forgot to do this on my last one. That's funny. I haven't done this in a long time since we've been here, you guys. I have I need to spell a word and I'd like it to be even, right? With stickers. So I'm going to line them up on my ruler, my little steel ruler. I'd say this is one of the tools that I use most often. Well, my little steel ruler, my little reverse grip tweezers. But I'm going to line these up for a couple of reasons. If I line them up like this, they will all be even. They'll be straight since I don't have lines here. But there's also another benefit to doing this. Carmen said, haha, she's glamping every day. Yes, Carmen, you're living in an RV, right? You travel all around the country in an RV. So you are living it up. You will never probably sleep in a tent again. Let's see. Oh, Cindy, I will never fly in a helicopter again. Yeah, I've never been in a helicopter. Oh, that's a good, that's a good point, Virginia. And you know what? Everybody can take this list in any way that they want. Because that's what I love about what we do is that, you guys, if you're listing, it's your stuff, right? Obviously you do you. So what Virginia said, I think for her, she would like the list to be about things we don't want to do anymore. Otherwise, one starts thinking of all the things that they would like to do and cannot do. And it becomes sad. Right, but also it probably, for Tammy, and I can't speak for Tammy, but Tammy, you probably think of those wonderful memories that you guys were together, and it's, bittersweet, I'm sure, bittersweet, because you had great memories, and then, yeah. Wanda said you've got to do stuff not to do it again, right? Dawn, Dawn, I like this, Dawn. Dawn said, never get married again. I mean, not that part. And never have children again. I mean, not that part. And hopefully never have chemo again, right? Yes. Never have chemo again. That's a big one. That is a big one. Things I'll never do again. Wow. I got confused there, friends. Sorry. Again, migraine. Loopy. Okay. Oh, as I was doing this. So what I just did, I can't really do it anymore because it's stuck, but I moved my ruler around until my letters were centered. They're centered and now I'm good. Okay. So then I just roll that out and now they're in line, lined up, and they're centered. That guy moved just a tad. Never do again. All right. Things I'll never do again. Okay. So what I'm hoping is, because the D is very tall, the D maybe could be over here. I wonder if that will work. I guess we'll see, huh? Well, we're going to have to line them up and see what happens. We'll line them up and see what happens. I don't know when the football game was supposed to start today. Another University of Utah. They did not do well last weekend either. They're not having a very good season. I was in Spokane last weekend teaching at Three Craft Chicks Candy Cane Lane Retreat. And on Saturday when I was teaching my class, University of Utah was playing the Huskies, Washington State Huskies in Seattle area. And it was on during the game. I mean, the game was on while I was teaching. And so there were two ladies that had it on, like one had it on her phone, one had it on her iPad with the sound turned down. And so I was giving them a lot of crap because I'm like, oh, we're going to win. And and we had a lot of fun during class with that. But yeah, alas, we lost. Alas, we lost. Not a very good season for the little University of Utah this year in football, but that's all right. Tracy said, I use my little metal ruler from Layle all the time. So useful. So useful. It is. I think it's a useful little tool. I think it's just 6-inch because I work in a smaller space. It's so much easier than trying to work with a 12-inch ruler. And again, it goes back to, if you can, having the right size tool for the job just makes life a little bit easier. Just makes life a little bit easier. Oh, Tammy said, of course we had a good life and 2 beautiful kids. Many memories that were amazing. That's nice, Tammy. That's nice. Cindy, I will never let my girlfriend color my hair again. Oh yeah. That was not a good experience. Oh, see, some of them can be funny, right? I have a funny one. Never do again. Okay, so look, it works. It's a little bit, actually, look at that, like works super well. And I was a little bit worried about the D because if we were right here, we'd have that dreaded trapped white space, but that worked out really well. Like, I don't think I could have planned that better. Okay, so I moved that around a little bit until it was centered where I wanted it, and then moved that out. And then I even have a spot for my little eye right there. So next week, we'll do the things I'd like to do again. Oh my gosh, that'll be like an 80-page list for me. Never do again. All right, and then we'll just add our little things all. Things all. Never do again. All right, now we need to do a little separator here. Okay, just because I feel like we've got that little dangling participle. Well, it's not a participle, but we've got a little dangling part of the G. So I'm going to do a little separator here again. Like that. And then we'll start our list. But this is funny because I really don't have much decoration here at all, do I? Things I'll never do again. And I really don't need a lot, right? I really don't need a lot because this does a lot of the heavy lifting for us. And then over here, we'll kind of have the same thing. So let's just see, before I do anything, I feel like maybe, do I want to add a flower? There's beautiful flowers in here, like beautiful. So if I wanted to put one of these little stickers, okay, there. Now what about, where are the die cuts? I've got stuff spread. Look, I didn't even read this one. Proud of how far you have come. I didn't even read that. I mean, I didn't use that. We'll use that for something else later. All right, so what? I have all these little die cuts over here that are just spread out. I had to move a whole bunch of things out of the way from all of our other lists. Excuse my reach, please. Excuse my reach. All right, well, here's a little flower, but that's not what I want because it's too plain, I think. All right, a little bit too plain. I feel like I want more color. That's what I was going for. So let me look. Oh, that's a kind of big though. Unless I had it bleeding off the page, and it would have to bleed a lot off the page. So we'd kind of lose that part and that part. I don't know, too big. I think it's too big. Let's see if we have some smaller ones. That's the best one, even though it's not a flower. All right, so I'm going through the die cut pack, the Icon die cuts. That's cute. This is super cute, but it's still kind of plain. That could go there. If we can't find anything else, that goes there for sure. I just love, don't get me wrong. I love me a good themed collection, but this just works for so many different things. I love it when we get a collection that really doesn't have too much of a theme to it, because we can make it work for, yeah, there's another one of those. Not the right size. I mean, still no color. I think it may end up being that little daisy. I'm just over here to the side going through. Oh my goodness, look at 2 of them. Vicki, I love you. I don't know, I'm kind of digging this guy. I kind of like that. I think that's what I'm going to use. I'm sure there are more flowers in here, but yeah, there's that, I think, big one that I was looking at before. Let's go with that. All right, I think it's time to, I'm gonna adhere this in now. But I sure like that. Ooh, I love that yellow. That is a great yellow. You know what we may end up doing? Because there are 2 sheets each of every paper in the paper pad. We may end up with that yellow over here for our list for next week. Things I'll never do again. All right, I'm just about ready to start listing. Just about ready. Let's get this little guy down. Move the book up a little. Oh, so sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Thanks for, you've probably been telling me that for like 10 minutes. You've probably been trying to tell me that for a while. I was completely off of the screen. New camera stand after I had a mishap on Wednesday night and manhandled and broke a piece. So it's down really low. It's down really low. Normally you can see way more of my workspace, but I'll have to play with that a little bit, but not today. All right, there we go. So, oh, sticky. I've got sticky all over my hands now. Things I'll never do again. All right, so now I just need a little bullet for all of these things I'll never do again. Let's look on here. You know, I kind of think a light bulb might be fun. Like a light bulb, like, you know, a light bulb, like a blinding flash of the obvious. These are things I'll never do again. Just looking at that. Or a check mark. I could do a check mark. I could do a little pointing finger. Let me go to Bullets and More 2. See what we have there. Did I put them away? Okay, if you could see this mess right now, you'd be like, wow, that's a big mess. Tammy said, Vicki probably threw in those squirrels just for you. She may have. I remember when she was showing me the collection long before it was done. And she told me she had squirrels in it. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's so cute. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this little tiny kind of flower, because then it kind of looks a little bit like that. That's what we'll do. That little tiny flower. All right, here we go. Get out the new and improved stylus. Okay, so I think, what? Well, that color keeps like popping out to me. I really like that color, but I don't know, or that one maybe. Maybe that little pink. So what would that be? I'm thinking it might be, ooh, that's really peachy compared to that, isn't it? Spun sugar. All right, let's look at spun sugar. All right, let's see if we like it. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. That's funny. That's not the one I meant to grab. Okay, there it is. Does it work? I think it works. We'll make it work. All right, things I'll never do again. Starting with, I will never hike down the Grand Canyon without a trail. Hike down the Grand Canyon without a trail. Yeah, that was right after Nick and I got married, and we went with some other people, and we were just stupid. I mean, hiked down the Grand Canyon without a trail, really steep, really scary. Got down there, camped, didn't have enough water. I mean, it's a miracle that we lived. I just kept thinking the whole time that we're going to be those people that end up on the news, that, you know, these stupid people went hiking into the Grand Canyon without being prepared, without enough water, and they all died. And then you see things like that and you're like, what is wrong with those people? I'm like, we're going to be those people. Luckily we weren't, but that was, and then almost, well, not almost worst was hiking back up again. I could not walk for days, like literally walked for days. I was so sore. Hike down the Grand Canyon without a trail. I will never do that again. Have kids, right? I will never have kids again. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm like, oh my gosh, I would never have kids. That just means I can never have kids again. So I will never have kids again. I know this about myself. I will never cut my hair short. Oh, it does not look good on me at all. So I will never cut my hair short. Pretty confident of that. Even when I get old and when it's like really fashionable and easy to have short hair, does not look good on me. I will never, ever again in my life. It doesn't fit there. Hang on. Oh, this is a big one. I'll come to the other one later. Things I'll never do again. This was one that Nick did the hike, told me hike down the Grand Canyon. And then this one, work for someone else. I know categorically that I will never work for someone else. I will never be able to. I've been on my own full-time now for five years, almost 5 years, 4.5 years. I don't think I could ever go back to working for someone else. It would be very difficult for me. So never work for someone else. Not that it was bad. I just, once I worked for myself, it'd be very difficult to work for someone else. This is another one. This is what I was going to say before. I will 100% never do CrossFit again. I can't. I did CrossFit for about 2.5 years, probably about 9 years ago. Oh my gosh, best shape I've ever been in my life, best shape I ever will be in my life. I did things I never thought possible that I could do, like pull-ups, like doing a lot of running. There were a lot of lifting, a lot of weights. I damaged my back in a bad way. So I know I will never do CrossFit again. I will never be able to do CrossFit again. I loved it. I was addicted. Like, I will tell you, I was addicted. Like, that's a drug. That is a drug. But I'll never do it again. Let's see. Let's see where we are. Just looking at what you guys are saying. Valerie will never go cliff jumping again. Never been. I know I never will be able to. I know it. I know it. I know I can't do it. Cindy said various shades of red. It was supposed to be one color when her girlfriend dyed her hair. I love it. It was supposed to be one color. Red would be a hard one, I would think, to do. Let's see, where are we? Virginia said, I bet many of us would love to see that mess and maybe play with it. How fun would that be, right? Especially be fun if you cleaned it up. No. Let's see. Oh, Wanda, I know a list of things I should have done before I got old. Okay. So hold please, we're going to our list of lists, my list of lists. Things I should have done before things I should have done. Before I got old. Okay, and then I will put, that's Wanda B. Wanda Bradford. Things I should avoid, right? That's another good one. Let's see. Kimberly said, I love your handwriting, Layle. Thank you, Kimberly. Pamela, your return date to work is January 2nd, 2024. You can do it. I know it. Carmen, no to burpees. Yeah, burpees are not fun. Those are like stand up, do a jumping jack, and drop to the ground and do a push-up, and do like hundreds of those, one after the other, after the other. Horrible. Ms. L said, I will never ride roller coasters again. As much as I love them, I just can't anymore. Makes my brain feel funny. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. Like the teacups at Disneyland, never. That like instant barf. Instant barf. All right. Another thing I will never do again. Pull an all-nighter studying for a test. Hopefully I don't have to take a test for anything anymore, but I know for sure I will never pull an all-nighter studying for a test again. Hopefully I never have to. People I want to meet. I love that, Colleen. All right, go into the list of lists. People I want to meet. Thank you. Martine said, this is such a great list. It's fun, isn't it? Again, my friend Susan Opal, she had it on her Facebook page. And I thought, oh my gosh, that is really fun. All right, what else do we have? Pull an all-nighter studying for a test. All right, I've told some of you this before. Most people don't know this about me. Hang on. I should smoke cigarettes. It's been 7 years since I quit. I will never smoke another cigarette again. And if you do, that you do you. I did me for a long time, but yeah, no, I will never smoke another cigarette again. So that's a good thing. Doesn't mean I don't think about it, right? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yes. I will never again eat any kind of exotic meat. I will never eat any kind of exotic meat, even like buffalo. I mean, buffalo I mean, you know, you get, there places have like a buffalo burger or something. Not even that. Not elk, not deer, not even I've had exotic. It's not like I run around eating ostrich. Those things even I mentioned, like elk and deer, aren't really exotic, but anything like that, no. No. I will never do that again. I know I don't like it and I won't do it. I can't do it. Deborah said, compete in or judge a karate tournament. Deborah, did you used to, I take it, karate and compete. That's really cool. I mean, judge and compete. That's awesome. Ms. L, good for you. Congratulations, Ms. L. 9 years. 9 years for, it sounds like Ms. L stopped smoking. That's really good. Really, really good. Here's one that someone said before. Camp in a tent. Camp in a tent. As soon as we got Harvey, that was the end of that. Harvey's our RV. Oh, which reminds me, it's possible, friends. So I have published our listing schedule through the end of the year, through the end of December. Nick and I might try to get one last trip in, like the weekend of December 9th. So if we do that, I'll know that within the next week. So I'll know that for sure next Saturday, and then I'll let everyone know then. But it's possible I might not be around for that weekend. Deborah, 2nd degree black belt. Ooh, look at you. That's amazing. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. You will also never take a bar exam, right? I think once you're done, well, if you go to practice in a different state, do you have to take that state's bar? I don't know. Or maybe you're done practicing. I don't know. Do tell. Okay, another one is, Nick actually had quite a few for me. Actually, this was probably for him too. Things I will never do again. Read without glasses. I will never again read without glasses, right? Never again. Stacy, I love that. Stacy said, this is a hard list. Besides having kids, I never say never do anything, right? Because you think about it a little bit, because there are things like Nick thinks we're in our last house that we'll ever be in. And so he's like, I'll never move again. I'm like, yeah, no, don't say that. You don't know that, right? You don't know that. So you're right. Some of these things, I mean, really anything here, it potentially I could do again, right? So I guess kind of depends on how you look at it. Debbie said she will never again color her own hair. It turns swamp water green. So you could add photos to this list too, right? That'd be a good one. Deborah said you have to take it in each state with which your state doesn't have reciprocity. So, but you're just not practicing in another state, Deborah, right? Is that it? Marilee, teach 6th grade. Did it for 6 years when I was way younger. What grade now, Marilee? Oh, you have littles now, don't you? Littles? Sarah will never go on the fun wheel at Disney California Adventure. I've never screamed so hard. Okay, so this is one on my list that has a little bit to doing with scream so hard. I will never again watch a horror movie. I will never again watch a horror movie. Oh, I really don't like them. They really freak me out. So guess what? I should never have to watch one again. I will never, and okay, this could be a maybe, but I don't think so. I will never again talk on a landline telephone, right? Probably never talk on a landline telephone. They really don't, they kind of don't exist anymore. Now, here's the deal. I don't work in an office, right? If I worked in an office, I would probably talk on a landline telephone because offices still have landline telephone. We haven't had a landline telephone probably in at least 10 years. So I never foresee myself again talking on a landline telephone. At the end of the list or the other page, you could say never say never. Oh, that's a good one. I like it, Stacy. That's a really good one. Hi, Monique. Nice to see you. Nancy said, never say never about glasses. My mom had laser surgery in her 70s and no more glasses. She loves having no more glasses. You're right. I could put, I guess down the road, I could get some kind of surgery and then maybe do that. Let's see. Marilee, I've got first graders, but they're challenging. Oh, you had said that, right? I remember you had told me that. All right, friends, so guess what? That's all I had on my list. So I have a little extra space there. So I am going to think harder and I'm going to come up with some more things for my list because I'm not done. I'm done for today with that list, but I am not done because I'm sure there are some things I will never do again. And I may remember them tonight. You know why? Tonight I may remember because when we go out with our friends tonight, I am going to bring up this topic and see what everyone says. And I might be like, oh my gosh, yes, I will never do that again. All right, so there we go. Things I'll never do again. Next week, we still have one more list, but next week we are going to do things I'll do again. Okay, this one is things I'll do again. So what I'm going to do, I am going to get a little sticky note and write on it. Oops. Oh, no. Hang on. Oh, please. Just spilled everywhere. Remember that caffeine drink? I just spilled it. Hey, Nick. I need towels. I just spilled my drink on the floor. Oh, golly. Dang it. And it's pink. Oh. Sorry, friends. I will never, ever again put a drink on the floor in hopes of not spilling it.
Must be this time to let him up.
No. Okay, sorry, guys. Hang on. I just got to get this up. Because it will go into the baseboard. Oh my gosh. Dang it. Okay. Brief intermission.
Let him up, they've had enough.
Brief intermission. Oh my gosh. Honey, and it's pink.
I know.
Oh, darn it. If you guys weren't here, I would not be saying darn it.
Would there be an F-bomb involved?
There would be an F-bomb involved. And I could do a double negative on my list. Things I'll never do again. Not swear. Yeah, that's a double negative. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh. Monique said I will never underpack again. Cindy said, never wear high heels again. And Pamela said, Nick to the rescue. And Wendy said, good old Nick. Oh my goodness, what a mess. All right, well, at least it's all like mopped up. Now I'll have to like clean it later. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, so what I was saying is, I'm just going to saunter over here and grab a sticky note so that I can add it to this page so I remember next week what we're doing. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Okay, whoopsie. Things I will never do again. No, things I will do again. Things I will do again. Okay, so there we go. That's the plan. That's end of this week. I will just figure out a few more things there and then date it. So skipping here, now we're going to our next spread. Put down the gold paper too. Wait. Never put drink on the floor. I know, right? Nancy said, good to hear you are keeping it clean for the wider audience. No F-bombs here. Yeah, Nancy, I'm very particular about that. I just in my regular life, I do swear. It's me. It's part of me. I do swear. But in this life and my teaching life, I do not swear. I think one time I said the DAMN word while we were listing, and I got so embarrassed because it's really important to me that I don't do that here. It's okay in my personal world, but not here. Let's put down the gold paper. I don't know what that is. Oh, I know it. I know what you meant. This, right? Okay, let's just do that really quick. Let's figure out, I think what you're saying is what paper I want to go here, right? So the gold would have been pretty, but guess what? I think we're going to go with the blue. I think I like the blue. So let's just have that ready. We'll just cut that and put it down. Peggy, I know gold paper. Yes, that was the back side of that guy. But I think I'm going to do this guy, this light blue. Remember when I was saying I wanted to do the light blue for a title, but I didn't have that color quite in the sticker, so we'll have it here in the paper. And you know what I think will be fun? I might just use one of those squirrels on this side when I'm ready. Might just do a squirrel. I would say let's do this list now, but I'm not prepared. I don't have the things in my head. I have to think about those things first. That's why I put out the list topics a couple days in advance, obviously, so I can prepare. But same for you guys, that if you want to do the list, that you have a little bit of time to think about things if you want. All right, there we go. Oh, I love that together. Okay. All right, things I will do again. So it's one of those opposites attract lists. So we've done I call those opposites attracts, right? Never do again and will do again. We've done, actually, there's a whole chapter called Opposites Attract in the idea book, page 72. So if you like the idea of the comparing and contrasting, here's some other ideas. Then and now. Actually, there's a couple different versions of then and now. This was a then and now, 5 years. So this was 2016. That would have been 2021. Like party of 4 then. Now we're empty nesters. Where we lived then and now. Then 2016, working for Simple Stories. 2021, Layle by mail. This then and now was a little bit different. Things like take a picture and wait for it to be developed back then, and now you get instant gratification with your phone or a digital camera. Good habits, bad habits, things I want to do more and less of, things I love, things I hate, jobs I'd love, and those that are not for me. Never have I ever, but I have. Best books, so child and adult, things I missed about when they were kids, things I missed, don't miss. So just some opposites attract. What I love about dogs, cats, this or that. Anyhow, that's kind of that opposites attract type of list. Comparing and contrasting. All right, so now we're ready for our last list for the day. Hi, Kelly, nice to see you. Let's see, Wanda said, love the sound of that tape runner. It's the best tape runner I've ever used. I agree. That's my adhesive of choice. Okay, so our last list for today is, today looks like this, okay? Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to get all the stuff out for today looks like this. So let's grab that. No worries. I always have it in the same place. Oh, the floor is sticky underneath my feet. Is it this one? It is. All right, today looks like this. So when we do the today looks like this list, actually, let me pull up one. When we do the today looks like this list, is there one in here? Yeah. When we do the today looks like this list, we I always use the three same products. One is the 2023 die cuts from Ellie's Studio that I have on the website. Another one is the today looks like this 4x6 paper pad, which I have on the website. And I think I forgot to put these in the what I'm using list. When we're done, I'll go back and put them in the what I'm using in case you can't find them. And then I always use those cocoa chipboard numbers. So basically like that. So what I need to get out are those things. Guess what? I think the mailman is right out the mailbox. I think he's probably has my box. My order from Ellie's Studio. So they just released the 2024 die cut pack. All right. So we've been using all year the 2023 die cut pack, but now the 2024 die cut pack is on my website. So it has a mixture of all the things that you would need for the different months. Oh yes, November. Here we go. So there's November. In that pack, you have 12 months, but you have 12 months twice. You have 12 months like this in the script, and then you have 12 months in the abbreviation, and then you have a couple of 2023s. I think I've got a few more of those left. I think I'm down to like my last 5 or 6, and then once they're sold out, they're sold out because I'll be moving on to the 2024. All right, so there we go. That's one of the things I use on the same every time. And then I have this, the today looks like this 4x6 pad. Makes it so easy. And then I have the cocoa chipboard numbers. So cocoa chipboard numbers, I write on the back of the package the numbers that I have already used, so that when I know I'm going to do a list like this, I don't redo a day that I've already used a number for. So my list today looks like this is from the 15th. And so, oops, what did I do with it? Did I just put them away? Oh my gosh, it's on the back. Wow. Okay. All right, so I just need to do this. So that's an easy way to keep track. November 15. So I know now my 15 won't be gone. I still have loads of these left. These were from Felicity Jane. And Felicity Jane no longer does physical products, but when they made that decision, I bought up all the ones that they had left of these. So I still have lots of these left if you need chipboard numbers to do this. There's the 15. Okay. So I always use those 3 things, and then I build from there. So let me get these things put away. For this list, I am going to use the Art Options Spice Collection from 49 and Market. And I'm going to use a product that Mimi has been asking me to use for a while. And I said, as soon as I'm like back in town for a while, I absolutely will do it. So, all right. Oh my goodness. Okay, really quickly, friends, let me just put some of these things away. Okay, can we take just a few minutes so I can put these things away? It'll make it so much easier. Then it won't be so crazy in here. Then it won't be so crazy. I won't clean everything up, obviously. But if I can just get some of those things put away, it makes life so much easier because then we can all see what we're doing. All right, these go over here. Oh yeah, guess what was on the floor? And I saved them. This entire stack of all these stickers was on the floor when my drink spilled. None of them got harmed. There was no stickers were harmed in the making of this segment. Okay, all right. Oh, heavens. Okay, I'm just gonna shove all that stuff up the side. That's just gonna take too long. So off to the side, out of sight, out of mind. Well, out of your, well, not even out of your sight, still there. Okay, so here we go. I am using, like I said, Art Options Spice. Not really sure what I'm doing here, other than I know I am going to use a film strip. Okay, Mimi had said, could you please use a film strip? Because 49 a Market has these film strips in their collections. It's one of the products, and she said, I keep buying them, but I'm not really sure what to do with them. So I said, sure, I'll do something with them. So there we go. Here are the film strips, and they're available in a couple of different colors and sites. Oopsie. Shapes and sizes and colors. All right, so if you do this, they all came out at the bottom. I'll use probably either that pinkish color or the orangish color. So there's the orange, and there is the pinkish, kind of like a mauve color. And I'm going to use that size, I believe. I believe that's the size I'm going to use. So lots of different shapes and sizes, you can see there. I won't quite yet decide on what color I want to use until I figure out a couple more things. Until I figure out a couple more things that I want to do on here. So let's get those back in and close up that package. There's a lot in there. There are 30 assorted frames of varying shapes and sizes in that package. All right, so I also pulled out the mixed media leaves laser cuts. These, I think, are the most beautiful things ever. So these laser cuts, well, they're laser cuts, right? So look at how intricate those things are. I mean, aren't those amazing? So, I had one I was taking out. I don't know where. Let me just pull one of these off so you can get a feel for it. Like, ooh, maybe this one. So laser cut. Difference between a laser cut and a die cut is pretty big. You gotta be gentle when you're pulling them out. That is a laser cut. Look at how intricate that is. Isn't that crazy? That is so intricate. A die cut would not have any of those. It'd have to be one like big, large piece, right? It couldn't have, it would have white there, white there, white in there. A die cut can't do what a laser cut can do. So I thought somehow I would use one of those. Don't know if it's that one yet or not. But I thought the laser cuts would be fun to work with. And then I need some patterned paper. So this is the 6x8 paper pack. Let's see what we want to use here. While I'm getting all these things out, let me remind you about the giveaways this week, friends. So the giveaways this week, 3 people will win each one of my brand new stamp sets. You get to choose. You get to choose. We could use that. Oh, and the way that you participate in that giveaway is you leave a comment on the video when it's over, okay? Not in the chat, comment on the video when it's over. We could have that. That'd be kind of subtle, right? That'd be a little subtle. Or we could do something like this, which is not subtle. Art Options Spice. The colors in this collection are so beautiful, right? They're just so pretty. Now I lose some of that, but I don't lose it all. If I wanted to get crazy, I could take my X-Acto knife and kind of come in and cut a bunch of that out like I did this guy a couple weeks back. That was the same type of paper. That one was from Simple Stories where I just came in and X-Acto knife, but I don't want to do that today. I don't want to do that today. So this will go here, maybe. And then I need something else to go over here. Oh no, that doesn't work. Actually, that could work. I could put those two together, right? I could totally put those two together. Then, this is where I have to figure this out, using one of these guys. So, if I use this guy here, 1, 2, 3, I would just use those 3. And then I'd need something else to go over here. Ooh, okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build a little bit more all along this side. I will cut this guy right off here. I was thinking I would do 4 little photos in here, but it's going to be 3. Okay, so there we go. That'll be my little film strip right there. Put photos behind there. I can still save that because there's still 2 more there. Well, it gives it a totally different look, doesn't it? If I go pink or if I go, I don't know. We'll see there. We'll see. Let's cut both of these down first because they are 6 by 8. I need them to be 4 3/4 by 8. 4 3/4. How would it look upside down? Oh, like this. Ah, yeah. That could totally work, right? Let's look. Wow. Ooh, I kind of like it, right? Looks very pretty that way. This guy, but then I feel like this guy would have to be this way maybe. And is that weird if they're like that? I don't know. What do we think? Tell me. Upside down? Right side up? What do we think? Tammy loves it upside down. Let's do it upside down then. Okay, why not? Let's do it. All right, so let's trim this. Now, it's 6 inches. I need it to be 4 3/4. And I will take a little bit off of each side. Virginia likes the orange strip. All right, let's see if we like the orange strip. Sometimes it's a whole group list, right? We all are just figuring it out together. Okay, I need it to be 4 3/4. So if I take a half plus 2. Ooh, whoopsie. Wow, what did I do there? Okay, there we go. And then over here, we'll do a half plus 2. That will get me at 4 3/4. Okay. And then we need the same thing here. Half plus 2. And half plus 2. So I did that just so that pattern would be, you know, even-ish from left to right instead of taking off one end versus the other. Okay. All right, we don't need to be in the same direction yet. We're going one way, one the other way. All right, now we need to round the outside corners. Oh, here's another thing. If I wanted, I could, I bet in here, let's look, there's probably a solid that I could use. Like I could use that. Maybe I'll use that, maybe, and then it won't be so crazy trying to fight with everything else. Let's see. I think maybe I'll like it better this way. If I do that, and then we have some orange in here. Yeah, let's do it that way. Okay. 4 3/4. Oh, I should not be doing this over here. Do as I say, not as I do. All right. So we'll do that. All right. This little guy, let's just go ahead and work on this guy off of the page for now. November, right there. Where'd my 15 go? On the 15, so since those are chipboard, it's a little bit thicker. If I wanted to, I could come in and peel away a little bit of those layers to get rid of that. Now I have to kind of be careful as I do this. Don't want any red accents in my list. So I just kind of dug in and removed, look how easily that comes off. I took away most of that bulk. If I wanted, I could still use this. I could paint that. I could color it in with marker or anything like that. I could still use that piece if I wanted, but now it is much less thick. Much less thick. I'm not a huge fan of how that 15 is together there, but that's okay. Okay, let's go ahead and glue this down. Actually, it's gonna work out way better that I have 3 of these and not 4. I'll show you why in a minute. And I say 3 because I'm trimming down one of those guys off because it didn't fit. So usually this is a super quick page because this is all I do. Usually it's a one side, unless we're playing with a little technique. In August we played with a little technique. But usually one side, left side, and I write it in the list and I call it good. It's pretty much done. But this one will be a little bit longer since we're working with 2 sides. So usually I don't add photos. I'm going to add photos to this one in a little film strip. But anything we do, you can add photos or not add photos. Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. All right, there we go. Do our little outlining here. So this type of list, another time capsule, right? Time capsule, we're basically just making a list of what we did on the particular day, which is kind of cool. I always think, oh my gosh, how cool would it be if I had a list like this of my mother's or a list like this of my grandmother's, and I saw what my grandma did on November 15th in 1958. I think that our days would be totally different. Let me fix something here, you guys. So I'm gonna move the camera for a sec, okay? So it's moving. So if it gets you dizzy, just close your eyes, all right? Because this is new stand. I just need to adjust a little bit. So we're moving. We're moving, okay? Let me see if that's better. Just sorry, it just take a little minute to get used to it. Let's see if that's better, all right? Now I need to wait a minute because, better? Okay, yeah, much better. All right, much better. I should have done that from the beginning, right? I should have done that from the beginning. Sometimes it's nice to be able to see up close, but this is so far away from me that like my arms are extended. It's hard for me to work that way. That's why it kept coming back this way. All right, there we go. Much better. Okay, so now this little guy, I will need to do a double. I'll need to outline that one too because it'll be weird with this one outlined and the other one not. But I have to outline it. It'll be weird. It'll be weird for me if I don't. The colors in this Art Option Spice, they're so brilliant. They're just so pretty. That really bright, bright, bright fuchsia pink and then the orange. So pretty. All right. If you haven't seen this collection before and you want to see it kind of up close, I did an unboxing. You'll see an unboxing here on my YouTube channel a couple weeks ago, maybe? I don't know. Everything's blended up again. I mean, everything's kind of running into each other. All right, so these little things, those are the insides that pop out. I suppose you could do something with those if you wanted to be clever. Okay, so I thought I'd use the film strips for film strips. But before we're there, I think I need to come in and figure out what else I'm adding around here because I think it might need some things, right? Totally needs some things. Oh, well, I don't know if this will work. Let me look. These are the rub-ons, and there is a rub-on in here that says today. However, it is different colors, and I'm not sure if the different colors would work. Ooh. Now, I think I got it. I think I have an idea here. I have an idea. So today, yeah, no. I think the T would get lost and then it would look like a day and it'd be like, what is a day? And then, yeah, we won't do that. But what I'm thinking is all of these rub-ons, look at what I can do. I can kind of build out this whole other side here with some rub-ons, maybe starting out with maybe like that. Let's look. Okay, rub-ons. If you have not used rub-ons before, the very first thing I do when I take them out of the package is this. Basically, they're like a transfer, okay? You have a sheet with a design on it, and then you have a backer sheet. It's important that those stay together until you're ready to use them. If not, these are meant to apply to something with pressure. So if these become separated and these aren't anywhere, they're kind of sticky. They will apply to something I don't want them to apply to. So I always start out by stapling when I open a package. So then that way I don't, well, I not prevent, but maybe reduce the need. Maybe you reduce the chance that that will happen. So I'm thinking maybe this guy. So notice what I'm doing. I then remove this from the sheet. I remove it by cutting it. I'm cutting this away because I've found that much easier if I only want to adhere this rub-on, then I should only be working with this rub-on, right? If I try to do this with the whole sheet, and then I'm pressing down over here, but I accidentally press over here and then I end up with rub-on where I don't want it to be, I find it's just a lot easier to do this, okay? So all that's still connected. In fact, I'd come in and do this because that will be bad. And all of these little pieces are rub-on, so be careful. Unless you want, well, that you can't really see, but you just have to kind of be aware of what you're doing. So what if this guy was down here? Because this could pull in a little bit more color maybe, and this would go on top of it. Because if I did something like that, I'm just barely laying it on top, and then came in with a couple things like that, maybe? I don't know. I could probably fill in a little bit more of that going up the side, and that's what I'm gonna do. So we'll do this, we'll fill in a little bit more with rub-ons and then maybe use a couple of those guys. Gentle. Oh yeah, a little bit already transferred on me. So I wanted this to be a little bit more down in the corner like that. All right, so now, where's my little stick? Little stick, oh, here we go. Little stick. This reminds me of Lick-A-Maid. Remember Lick-A-Maid? I always say that. This reminds me of the Lick-A-Maid stick. It's just a plastic stick. All I'm doing is transferring or rubbing, that's why it's called a rub-on. I'm rubbing this design onto the paper using that little stick. So notice how I'm holding on. I'm still kind of holding on or holding down that design because I don't want it to move, right? I don't want it to move on me because if it moves and then I keep going, I run the risk of it like totally moving. Now I'm gonna do this because I don't want that rub-on to go over onto my little work surface, but just kind of keep rubbing. And then I'm like, well, am I good? How do I know I'm good? Well, the reason you know that you're good is start to lift it up, but I'm still holding over here. So start to lift it up. Can't get my finger underneath that. There we go. I want up here though. Okay, start to lift it up. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Oh, there's a little bit that didn't get lifted or didn't get transferred. So then I just lay it back down again and do that. As long as I'm holding on, oh, a little bit up there too. As long as I'm holding on, everything is still in place, right? As soon as I remove all of that, if I pull it away and then trying to line it back up, if there was a little bit that I missed out on, is a lot harder to do. I mean, you can still do it, but it's just a lot easier if you're still holding as you kind of come around. Ooh, so pretty. Isn't that cool? So that's what a rub-on does for you, right? If I put a sticker down, I could certainly put a sticker down. Actually, 49 and Market doesn't do stickers. But I could, if I had a sticker or even a die cut, I could put a die cut down there, but then you'd be able to tell that's what it was. It's almost like I made my own version. Now this is what's really funny. I know what some of you are thinking because I just thought it myself. Some of you are thinking, well, why did you even do that? Why didn't you just put that one down there, right? Because that would have pretty much been the same thing. Oh, well, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This guy will go in here. So I need a little bit more stuff around here. So let's see. And I also want some more things to go up this side a little bit. So what, ooh, I know. What about this? What if we put a little splat, an ink splat right here? What color ink splat? Maybe that one? No, that one will get too lost. All right, I'm about ready to work with this sheet, so let's also staple that. And orange? I don't know. Orange might be weird because it goes orange to orange. Maybe this guy. Let's come in. For those of us that don't like to do mixed media, I love these like ink splat rub-ons because it makes it look like I'm super talented. I don't have to get all messy and get out all that stuff, right? So we're just gonna fill in a little bit more over here. Like that. And then see how we're looking. So two companies right now make rub-ons. Well, two like mainstream, right? Well, I shouldn't even say mainstream. Mainstream in my world, 49 Market and Simple Stories. Back in the day, there used to be, oopsie, look at what I did. Back in the day, there used to be a lot of companies that did rub-ons. Making Memories did them. Heidi Swap did them, and then they kind of went out for a while, but I love that they're back because they just give you such a different kind of look and feel to things. You can do things like this, and actually you can even kind of decide that you don't want something to be in one place and then move it somewhere else if it's still on your little sheet. But the nice thing about rub-ons, you don't have that border, right, that you would normally have like around a die cut. So when I say that, what I mean is, where are the die cuts in this pack? I mean something like this. All right, so let's say I wanted to put this pumpkin on there. Well, look it kind of looks a little bit out of place. Oh, Carmen, Tim Holtz, you're right, Tim Holtz too. But the white, right, the white really kind of stands out. But rub-ons just kind of all blend in together. All blend in together. But then I started seeing tickets. No. We're going to keep it simple. Okay. We just need a few more things up the side. Before I start doing things up the side, maybe I should add my photos. How about that? So I had printed out 2 photos. Oh, here we go. I had printed out 2 photos. Well, really, they're the same thing. Okay, so do you see? There are the same 4 photos that there are there. And I wanted the little photos. So what I did here, this is just a 4x6 that had the pre-configured template on the Epson PictureMate or in the Epson Creative Print app that would have 4 photos down and would have 3 photos across. I just didn't put anything else in those other spaces. And that's how I ended up with those photos. But I wasn't sure which size I would need. So if it was just me, I would have figured out and then only printed 1. But just to kind of, for example's sake, I did the same thing on both. Now, why I'm glad that I am only using 3 instead of 4, this one really doesn't go at all. So that makes it easy. 1, 2, 3. Those are just photos from things that I did or things that happened or that I did that day. All right, so that's not the right size, which means this will be the right size. And then I'll just kind of make it a little bit smaller to go behind it. All right, so on the 15th, I'll make my list in a second, but we'll get this decorated over here first. On the 15th, a couple of my photos. I did What's New Wednesday. That's what this one is from. I did FaceTimed with Sam on his trip. That's what that middle one is from. Well, actually, I didn't do a screenshot when I was FaceTiming him because I thought about that later. I'm like, oh shoot, I should have done that. So then I just took one of the pictures he had sent me because that would work. And then this one, well, I shipped orders because that's pretty much an everyday thing, but that was funny. Reggie, Sam's cat, at our house was sitting on a stack of boxes, orders that were going out. So that kind of worked for the orders. So normally on this list, normally on a Today Looks Like This list, I do not add photos, but using the photo strips, kind of showing a way to use the photo strips, we can do that. So still, actually, it's not too bad. That can go there. I didn't cut that one yet. let's just do this. So this is on this one was on a 5x7 with 3 down, 3 across. This one would have been here, so too big. I need to trim part of that off. Oh, isn't that lovely of me looking all confused? I had to do a screenshot. All right, so this is too tall. I suppose I could do this. This might make life a lot easier, Layle. Where? Well, I don't know where my little one is, so pull out the giant one. This is the width interior is just a little shy of 1 1/4 by about 1 3/4. So, and 1 1/4 I can kind of fake a little bit because it'll, the edges of that film strip will cover it up. 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. Okay, now that looks a little odd because there's that shelf there, but that's okay. 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. There we go. And oh, it's going to take me a year to clean up this mess. 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. We'll cut off the bottom of the boxes because we can't cut off Reggie's head. All right, so here we go again. They don't necessarily have to be in any particular order. The blue kind of doesn't go, but guess what? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Where'd the film strip go? Here we go. Okay. All right, so what I need to do, I am going to grab out, this will make life so easy, the highlighter tape. Going to try to get these about where they need to be. That one's sticking out a little bit. Okay, so I have them where I need to be. Now, sometimes when you try to pick up something like that, it's near impossible, right? Because it's a whole bunch of different pieces. There we go. There we go. Now that is all now one piece. So I can just lift that up in one piece like that and put my adhesive on the back. Now that will not hold. I've just placed those in the right space, but I don't have anything there that's holding down the film strip. So I'm going to grab out some little, whoopsie. Oh, those are big, not that one. Oh, please, oh, please. Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh. Whoopsie, that's the end of that box. So those are really long. Oh. Just put those on the floor. Some really teeny tiny glue dots, okay? Glue dots. There's a little tiny glue dot. And I am going to put those just in a couple of strategic places along the backside of those edges. Those edges are not cut out like you would normally see in a like a real film strip, right? Those would be, those little notches there would be cut out. They're not cut out. If they were cut out, I wouldn't be able to do this because then the sticky would be sticking through those little notches. So, and they're clear and they're small, so they'll be very unobtrusive, but I do need a way to make sure that that film strip stays down in addition to the photos. Now, if you don't have a Epson photo print, creative Epson, if you don't have an Epson Picture8 PM400, if you don't have a little printer that can do things like that, if you don't have an app that can get you little photos like this, because there are a bunch of little ways, there are a bunch of different ways that you can get photos like that. And if you wanted to do something like this, guess what? Take your regular old 4x6 photo and just cut your little pictures out of the photo, right? That would be the easiest way to do it if you don't have some of the tools that you think you might need otherwise. All right, so this can go about right there. I think that will be good. Okay, get all of that stuck down. Moment of truth. So I haven't used that before on a photo. I've used it on paper, I've used it on die cuts. This would also depend on the type of how your photo is printed. It did pull up just a little tiny bit, and it may have been that I went a little bit too fast, but I'll show you. I mean, not anything that you'd really notice, but you see in the sky how there's a little bit of the blue was pulled up when I did that. That is doing it on photo paper, but does not do that on any other kind of paper that you use, not on die cuts, anything like that. So if you're trying to adhere things together like that, like multiple die cuts without having to pick everything up and then place it individually one by one, that highlighter tape is very helpful for that. And that is linked in the what I'm using. Okay, let's see. Marilee, I remember that. She's talking about how the Making Memories rub-ons with the teeny tiny, right? Really thin, super thin letters, right? Okay, so now we still need some more stuff up here because it's way too plain over here. It just needs some more stuff. I've got that weird blank space. So I think we will add a little bit more of maybe we'll add that one. Jennifer, she's listening while she's getting ready, accidentally knocked my phone off the nightstand. My husband just walked in and asked, why is Layle under the bed? That is the funniest thing ever, Jennifer. Oh my gosh, why is Layle under the bed? Mariana, oh my goodness, how are you? So fun to see you. Yes, it has been a while, huh? It has been a while. I hope you're doing well. All right, so here we go. Take this little guy. Now, even if I had done the upside down paper, right? Even if I had done this one like this, I still would be doing some things up the side just because it's going to need, it would just need something, right? It would just need something. It'd be a little bit too plain because I have that there. All right, we're gonna keep building, doing our rub-ons. And then I'll finish it off with a couple of those laser cut leaves because I think then that would just give it a nice little, just a nice little bit more dimension. Oh yeah, see that one I definitely didn't get all the way transferred. So that's why it's always a good idea not to just rip the whole thing off, because if you don't have it all transferred, then you can easily just lay it back down again because it's still in its spot. Lay it back down again and retransfer and then pull it up. Okay, there we go. It's coming right along. Virginia said the pinkest tooth light. I think it will get lost. So it will get a little bit lost, but what I'm doing up here after I get them down, then I will be doing something like this. I don't know yet what, but it just gave it enough of a little bit of more kind of texture and color back there that it's not just kind of the plain white thing. So I think it'll help it to blend in a little bit more. But yes, it is. It is definitely light. That's for sure. All right. So now I feel like we need to maybe get a little bit more of that in there because that there is some of kind of this yellow Goldie Hawn kind of stuff. Whoopsie, don't stick on me. A little bit of it did. Oh well, that's okay. Okay. Let's see how we're doing. What time are we at? Oh, 2:30. We've been going for a long time, haven't we? All right, but we're kind of 4 lists, right? Because we really had to finish up the other one. All right, so we're getting there. I think now I'll move to the laser cut pieces, because then I'll know if I need to add anything else. Oh my goodness, everything's like stacked, one on top of the other on top of the other. All right, here are the leaves that I had pulled out. There are also, where are those? Where are I also had the flowers. Oh, here. Okay, hang on. Let me find, because I also have the flowers. There we go. Oh, aren't those pretty? Oh my heavens. Really pretty. I'm not even on my list yet. We'll get the list done, don't worry. The list will get done, but we're playing right now. That's part of why I love so much what we do, you guys, just because this is such a like a playful exercise, right? You're just, I mean, something good comes out of it because you're documenting your life or someone else's life, but also it's just such a playful, you know, we just have fun. It's just fun to get the things out and play and experiment and not really, you know, I'm not really too worried about what it looks like when it's done. I mean, I want it to look nice. Oh yes, I like that there. I want it to look nice for certain, but I'm not, you know, super tied up and, oh my gosh, that didn't look right, or I didn't like the way, or it's not very often that I go back and change things, because I try not to do that, because life's too short. There's too many things to do to, you know, hem and haw over something and then decide you need to change it, at least in my opinion. All right. So there, that just gives, see how that gives a little bit of texture, because that is flat and now that laser cut piece, just kind of fun. All right, do we want to do a little bit more of that in there maybe? I'll have to do something over here because that will be a little odd. What if, I don't know, this might be a little too bold. Oh, actually, it won't be. I think it might just tie in okay. We'll see, because I kind of need to do something else in there still, and then something over here. What if we tried the leaves? I don't know. We might end up ditching the leaves. Because now the leaves, well, I kind of like how that leaf is over on that. So if I do that, we need something. We've got this big space in there. No, I don't really like that. But I did like how the leaf was there. I just didn't like how it was placed there. Let's see. Let's see what else we might be able to come up with. If we go back to the leaves, maybe? We'll go back to the leaves in a minute. How are we doing, friends? How are you hanging in there? Oh my gosh, it's lunchtime. It's like way past lunchtime, isn't it? Way past lunchtime. I'm just trying to get this little guy out of here. I'm just trying to get the little guy out, because they're so fine. Like, look at that. Like, so intricate. Aha. There we go. We're starting to fill that space. See that big space that I left there? It's a little bit of color in it because it had that, it was a rub-on that I put there, but just needs some more. Needs some more. Once it's all done, I'll bring it up to the camera and you can see, okay? There we go. Okay. So we just needed something a little bit in there. Butterfly. That butterfly could work. Or, and I know I for sure have to use laser cuts, because I bet I have butterfly, die cuts, but I definitely wouldn't want to use that because it would not, it would just look so odd because it'd have the white border. That one? Yeah. How about that one? Just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, you guys, past dinner time. Lunch was a while ago. It's almost 3:30. I know. It's lunch now in my book. I'll have to have a snack because we're going out to dinner with some friends. So I'll have to have a snack. Let's put that right there. That'll be fine. Let's just, it's ready to be done. It's ready to be done, right? So we'll just add a couple more things and call it. But I like how that kind of goes over that a little bit onto the film strip. Like that. All right, I didn't even end up using the leaves. One more thing up there. One more thing. Do we have I think I'd really like to do one of these. All right, it might disappear a little bit, but we're gonna try it because I just want something really subtle up there. This one, we're gonna try this one up there, see what we get. So the pack that I'm using has 8 sheets, so it's got lots of things in it for us to kind of play with. Ooh, okay. So, can I still pull that back up? Yep. Okay, because I'd like a little bit more of this in here, I think. Like that. All right. Then we're going to get this down, and then I'm going to do one other thing over here, I think, and then call it good. All right. Oh, one thing to kind of keep in mind, everything on the sheet is a rub-on. Everything. So you just need to be aware of that because, let me pull this off and then I'll show you. Anything printed on that sheet is a rub-on, including that little piece that says 49 in Market Art. So if you're doing that, maybe cut that off because you probably don't want that to be on your project, right? Probably don't want it to say 49 in Market Art. Okay, there we go. See how that helped a little bit because then it kind of filled in that space. And I really feel like there's, oh my gosh, I keep saying I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, but I really feel like there's one more thing I need to add on this side. Because it can be part of a rub-on, but it's kind of the space right there, maybe. But maybe it's okay. Maybe it's all right. Okay, so now this is totally Stark over here, right? It's totally Stark. So like Tony Stark. I feel like I need some rub-on over here. So let's see what I have that I could use. Now, it does look a little odd because that's a blue photo, but you know what? It is what it is. I didn't want to turn it black and white before I used it. So, we'll see. Maybe something like this could work over here. If it was just part of it. No, I don't think so. It looked out of place. It looked like I was just looking for something to put there, huh? Now, you know what happens? Sometimes when we get to this point and we are pulling things and we're like, no, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. And you just kind of keep working and working and you're like, okay, sometimes you just need to walk away, right? I'm going to try one more thing. And if one more thing doesn't work right now, then I will be thinking it's time to walk away and then I will come back to it. Let's just try that. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. So, my stapler. Okay, I gotta look. Let me see. Past dinner time for Virginia. Spain, right, Virginia? Stacy said almost dinner time on the East Coast. Good thing I put dinner in the crock pot. Martine said, I've learned today why I need a reverse tweezer. Working on gluing tiny parts and my hand is now locked in chicken claw position. See, using it all the time and always wondered why. Yeah. Yes, I think that it just makes life so much easier. It looks like Reggie's, oh, it does. Reggie's watching the butterfly. Scrapbook Sister, thank you. Just reminded everyone to please hit the like button. Please, if you are here. Just, it's so easy to do. Just hit the like button. Just do it. That's a good habit to get in. And again, I say this often, but whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is, just, it's so easy for you on anyone that you're following. Oh yeah, no, that's not gonna work there. Was that the one I wanted to use there? That's gonna look so weird and out of place. Yeah, okay, one more I'm gonna see, and then I'm probably gonna say, yeah, this is not happening anymore today, because that's what's starting to happen. Anybody you're following, anybody you're watching, even if you don't follow them, just, it takes nothing. Give it a like, give it a thumbs up, and then go about your day. But it's so helpful. It's so helpful. No, it just looks like I'm trying to put stuff there, doesn't it? I'm just going to do it. Just do it. It's stuck down now. I did it. I did it. I did it. It's down. And you know what? If I decide I don't like it, it's okay. It's just a list. I just turn the page, right? It's just a list. Sometimes we can get so paralyzed with trying to figure out just the right thing that we want, or it's not exactly the way I want it, or it's not perfect, and then we get frustrated, and then we decide we hate it, and we're never coming back to any kind of crafting again, and you know what I mean, right? All right, let's see how we're doing here. All right, well, it's not great, but it's not horrible. It's not horrible. So this part was running off the page over here. So look what I can do. I can just kind of pick it up and now bring it into another spot. And there's nothing that says with a rub-on you have to use the whole thing, right? You could use part of it like I did and then move another part of it over here. Oh, so you know what would be interesting? I suppose I could kind of keep doing that around. I won't do that now. I won't do it now. We're gonna keep going. We gotta finish this. I got work to do. I got stuff I gotta do. Like eat my lunch. Like eat some food. Okay, hang on. Looking for this little guy. Today is, this day, not today. This day. This day was the 15th. Yeah, I think I've done that before. This would be November 15th, 2023. So usually I do a little date stamp. Oopsie. Look what I did. Did you see what I did? That means I did not clean that off last time. I did not clean that off last time. Can you guys see that? All right, well, we're going to move on from that for now. This is a list. This is a list. Okay. All right, here we go. I am going to just grab that little black, gosh, if I can even find it. Oh, good, I put it away where it goes. My little black dot marker. Okay, so I'm just gonna do like that. There's my little bullets. So what did I do? I did I had a mani-pedi after all that crazy working. Picked and packed orders. Had a call with Shopify. Shopify is the provider for my website, trying to figure out, crossing fingers, a solution for EU and UK shipping. Ate lunch. FaceTime with Sam in New Zealand. Prepped for the November stamp release. Had a product development call with Amy. Did What's New Wednesday. Had dinner, late dinner, and then we watched the Leanne Morgan comedy special on Netflix. That is hilarious. She is such a hoot. That was so fun. Okay, so there we go. There is the date. That's what happened on the 15th. I need to add, oh golly, this thing, that's a mess. Let me just see if I can recover from that. And then, oh, I just want to take a big dumpster and shove all this in. It'd be so, I wouldn't do that. I'm just teasing. It'd be so easy to clean it up that way though. This is what I'll have to do. I'll have to go eat something. I'll come back in here. I'll turn on the music really loud and then clean it all up. Clean it all up. All right, so let me see what we have here. There's the date stamp. November 15. I think I can, I don't know. It may look really bad, but we're going to do it anyway. Oh, it's not too bad. Look, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. It's fine. No one will even know. No one will even know. Okay, mood. I would say my mood that day was energetic. Okay, so now I feel like there's a lot of white over here and no white over here, right? It looks a little mismatched. So what do you think I would add? What do you think I would go to in a situation when it looks like there's something missing? When it looks like there's something missing, I say add a word strip. Let's see. Can you use your paper eraser? Tammy, I probably could have. I didn't think about it. The sand eraser was probably faint enough that I could have kind of just erased what was there. Sand eraser probably would have worked there. Ms. L said one of my favorite looks is to stamp the date multiple times, not re-inking between so that it looks intentional. Yes, so what Ms. L is talking about, I'll just demonstrate that very quickly. I will do that right here. So sometimes it's called second generation stamping, where you do that, and then 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 you do that. Okay, so you have the date, and then the date's kind of all over, but it's intentional. That is second generation stamping. That's what she's talking about. All right. Oh, golly. Now I have hot mess. Hot mess express today. I've got black all over my fingers. Hopefully not all over my nice little fingernails. All right. Let's see. Let me see. Sam, Mariana, Sam is in New Zealand. One of his cousins has been working over there for like 6 months. And very long story short, Sam had an opportunity to go over. We flew him and his older cousin over using our miles. And then they had a place to stay while they were there. So just kind of made sense for him to go. So he took a little bit of time off work, like 2 weeks. And he is, that's what he's doing over there, exploring the country. Nancy said, we love What's New Wednesday and all the lovely new products. I love it too, Nancy. I think it's so much fun. I love it. Tammy said, put that mess in a packing box and send it my way, which sometimes is what I do, right? You guys, sometimes when I'm done working with the collection, I say, hey, I have all these extra things left over from the collection. And then I pack it all up and do it as a giveaway. Word strip. Yes. Word strip. Let's see. Mariana said, yay for Sam. I approve all travel. Same. Travel's a big, important part of my life. Travel is an important part of my life. There they are. Golly, you guys, seriously. This is what happens. Like I said, migraine hangover. Very loopy. Okay, so we need some white over here. We need some things going on. So let's look and see what we could do. You are capable of becoming more than you. Focus on what's important. That might work somewhere. Let's look. Let's just look. That could go there. It kind of needs to go probably right there. Because if it's over here, it's kind of floating. I mean, it could float, right? It could float, but it would kind of need something there. Maybe it just goes here. Focus on what's important. Talking to Sam. Shipping orders. What's New Wednesday? I don't know. It looks a little bit out of place there. I'm not sure. Not certain about that. It almost seems like I need to add something. Oh, look at this. You can do anything, but not everything. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take one. If one is good, 3 is better. snip that off. So focus on what's important. You can do anything, but not everything. All right, so there we go. That will be good there. It kind of ties it all together now. And then I have this little area. That little area is bothering me, so we'll look for one more thing. Make today count works. Be awesome today. Live every day with intention. How about that? Live every day with an intention. All right, so it's close, but it still needs something over here because now it's really white here and it looks a little off. So I'm going to let it sit. I'm going to let it percolate in my head. I will put everything away, but then I will get some things back out and figure out what else I think it needs. Although I can tell right now, I know what it needs, but not there, somewhere else. It needs a little bit of orange right there, I feel like. It feels like there's really bright orange up here and then not much over here. So I am going to take, I don't know, we'll see. Look what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut that off. I don't want that part. I want all of this part because I can put this right here. Right there? Yeah, that works. There, it's got a little bit more orange now. I don't know, this is the type of thing you could probably sit here and 10 days later, you've used every single thing on it. Right? You know what I'm saying? You could just keep messing with it and messing with it and playing with it and playing with it and adding and adding and adding and all right, there we go. I like that a little bit more because now it's had all this bright orange there and now it brings in a little bit more orange. So I still have to figure this out. I'm not going to mess with that right now. I'm going to call it a day. And I am going to turn on the overhead lights. I will turn off studio lights. I will rotate the camera and we'll say our goodbyes. Sarah said, as Alton Brown sometimes says, just walk away. Or as Tim Gunn says, make it work. Make it work, right? Just make it work. All right, let me get that light, wherever that is. Okay, hang on. Hold tight, friends. Hold, please. That's too tight. I mean, too tall. I can't reach it. All right, there we go. Okay, now to flip. Okay, friends. Oh my goodness, that was such a fun day. It was such a fun day, you guys. Thank you. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Thank you for joining me today. Whether you were here all day with me, whether you popped in and popped out, whether you just popped in at the end, whether you're watching it on the replay, whatever it is, thank you. I can't tell you how much I miss this. Like seriously, seriously, seriously. When I'm traveling, it's awesome and it's great and I'm talking with lots of people in person and teaching, but I miss this. I miss our time together. I miss our chatting. I miss the creativity and playing and trying and let's try this or that. And when somebody says, hey, turn it upside down. I love the way it looks upside down. I personally, for me, for Layle, get so much out of our Saturdays. So thank you. Gosh, I won't see you guys now until a week from today, which would be the 25th, which means that's Saturday, the 25th, the day after Friday, which is Black Friday, but which really Black Friday is like now the whole month of November, it seems. Let's talk about a couple quick things before I go. Brand new stamps. So brand new stamps on the website right now. You'll see them under the What's New section. I used one of them today. I used in the news too, and I used maybe once, I think. I used one of the little bullets on Bullets and More 3. Some of them are available now, some of them pre-order. So if anything says pre-order, your order will hold, your entire order will hold until those arrive, which they're shipping to me on November 28th, the ones that I'm still waiting for. So I should have those by Friday the 1st. I should have by Friday the 1st. So very early December, all of those things will ship. Black Friday. So Black Friday sale on my website starts on Wednesday, the 22nd, okay? It will be, the email will go out about it Monday, and all the email is going to say is, hey, watch for the sale, but it will tell you what time. So it'll be Monday, probably around 6 or probably 6 Pacific. Let's just say 6 Pacific. 6 p.m. Pacific time on Wednesday, the 22nd. So there are some things that I obviously have more of than others. There'll be some past project kits, none from this year, none from 2023. There'll be some past project kits that you will see up there, but you never know how many. So it's one of those, if you see it and you think you want it, don't wait. But there are things that you can't see on the website right now. So anything like that would be going on sale, you can't see on the website right now. I pull it off well in advance because I don't want anybody to have bought it and then be like, wait a minute, I just bought that 2 days ago. Black Friday coming on Wednesday the 22nd, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Watch for the email on Monday just as the reminder. Giveaways, 3 giveaways today. The way you participate in a giveaway, leave a comment on the video when it is over. Just tell me something you would never do again. Comment on the video when it's over, something you would never do again. Next Saturday morning before we start, I will draw 3 random lucky winners, and each of those random lucky winners will get to choose one of my 3 brand new stamp sets. I think that's it. I know lots of you are waiting to see the rest of the preview of the Happy Day mini book project kit using Life in Bloom. You'll see that next week. It's coming. It's also shipping next week. So those will start shipping on Friday the 24th. So, and then into the week of the 27th. So just know that's coming. I think that's all. I know we have the December setup coming, late November. I think I said that was the 20th. Anyhow, just stay tuned. I'll send out an email for that this weekend as well. Still lots to do this weekend. All right, friends, thank you. Thank you for joining me again. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. If you're in the U.S., have a great, great, great Thanksgiving. Enjoy lots of yummy food and time with family and friends, or even just time, hopefully on that day that you just have time to relax and kind of take it easy before the hustle and bustle of the holidays kind of starts. So I will see you guys hopefully a week from this Saturday. And if not, I hope to see you sometime soon here on YouTube or on the interwebs. Okay, thanks for watching.